Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the October 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. I am William Ray. I'm the chairperson of this board. To my immediate right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Marchant, Mr. Sadal, and Mr. Neal stepped out just for a moment. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson, Mr. Jordan, and Ms. Switzer Smalls will be joining us momentarily. To my immediate right is our attorney, Attorney Kevin Hughey. Staff members present tonight are as follows. We have Mr. Foster, Ms. Brooks, Mr. Downey, Ms. Clark, and Ms. Working. They will help me tonight to make sure that everything is in compliance. Because tonight, this is a public fact-finding meeting, we're in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to this meeting, an announcement was posted in the Postal Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property. A notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative to the owners at least 300 feet from the property and parties of interest. Persons, organizations, news media have also requested declaration of our meeting and have also been notified. Board members, meeting notes for September the 11th for the public hearing were mailed to you. Are there any questions or any changes? If so, can I get a motion to approve and a second? All right, I have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. It is unanimous, so that carries. Our case ruling from this and any BZA meeting are available to the public review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of the Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, the requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of a zoning-related matter. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present tonight is required to overturn the planning decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have a special exception. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district upon demonstrating that it complies with all the conditions, standards specified by the zoning and land regulation, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that the special exception request meets all 6 of the approval criteria of the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then we also have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance where such an action can be contrary to the public interest and where conditions particular to the property and are results of the actions or the situation of the applicant or a literal enforcement of this code would result in the unnecessary and undue hardship, and such a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance request meets all 7 of the approval criteria of the ordinance in order to grant this variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board in gathering pertinent information for each case. If a board member feels the need for further information to clarify a case, the board has authorization to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding, and that we can take no action to negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by the staff or the applicant's agent for each case. Information is now considered to be evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. And it is assumed to be true, complete, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effects on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or variance request. We're also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed certified mail to the applicant and regular mail to the U.S. mail to neighbors or community members that are interested. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this night are valid for 12 months after this meeting. And a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or has been diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this body, the applicant may address his concerns to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives this board of its jurisdiction over this matter. Because this is a judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either in writing or orally. Each person wishing to speak to this body will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before providing testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, we ask that anyone wishing to speak to this board, we ask that you stand as a group and take the oath. And Ms. Working will administer the order. Thank you.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Working. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts pertinent to each case limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask those who are speaking either in support or in opposition of the case. They will also follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant will then have an opportunity to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, specify specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight we're here 2 old business cases and 7 new business cases. Ms. Working, if you would, please start with BZA 06-23-00683. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we have monitors in front. We won't be looking behind us by any means, so it may appear that we may not care, but we are seeing and following everything that's going on that you may see behind us. Ms. Working, thank you.
Yes, I just have a quick announcement to make that case BZA 0923-00707 was withdrawn from the agenda, just in case anyone's here tonight. It's a case on River Road on Johns Island, the Mount Zion Elementary School.
Thank you.
Okay. This is case BZA 0623-00683. The applicant is Thomas W. Kellum III of Kellum Engineering LLC, and the property owner is D.E. Palacis of Palace Holdings LLC. They are requesting a variance to remove two grand trees for a proposed hotel at 1938, 1948, 1958, and 1964 Savannah Highway, which is TMS numbers 351-13-00-055, 351-13-058, and 351-13-059 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The three properties combined are 10.25 acres and have frontage on Savannah Highway, Orleans Road, and DuPont Road. The subject properties are located in the DuPont-Wapu Area Overlay Community Commercial CC Zoning District. The proposed project is a 210-room hotel with a convention center rooftop restaurant, is currently in the site plan review process. And this applicant is requesting two variances, and we'll also be going through that one before we hear comments. And that's BZA 0623-00684, a variance request from the required design standards and architectural design guidelines. So the board heard the applicant's request on July 10th and voted to defer the case for up to 90 days. The board deferred the cases because they requested the applicant provide additional information. And let's see. This is the ordinance requirements for the grand tree removal and the overlay zoning map, aerial map, and the postings that were done on the most recent one was September 12th. This is the 55-inch DBH grand live oak tree to be removed, and the 29-inch DBH grand red oak tree to be removed. Subject property photographs, Orleans and DuPont and Savannah Highway. These are photographs provided by the applicant of the 55-inch live oak. This is the existing conditions plan and site plan plat. So regarding the variance criteria, staff found that it meets, or it may meet 1 through 4, 6, and 7, and it meets 5. And that's for the grand tree case. For the conditions for the grand tree case, we're recommending prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 84 inches of DBH trees by either submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. And so if it's okay with y'all, I'm just going to jump right into the second case so we can, yeah, okay. And again, this one is case 0623-00684. They're requesting variances from the architectural design guidelines to exceed the maximum building height of 7 stories, to waive the requirement that windows shall be inset with sills, and to waive the requirement that single large building masses shall be avoided for a proposed hotel. Oh yeah, that's just the requirement. And the zoning ordinance requirements, the posting that we did on September 12th. And these are the plans from July, and then we'll get into the This is the new information, so starting with the landscape plan, or landscape design, the drainage plan, the landscape design rendering, and then we had, I believe, 6 renderings. This is the first one. And I'll be happy to go back through those. They also submitted 4 articles in your packet. So regarding the approval criteria for this one, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, and that it meets 5. We had one condition, should you can approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the 7 criteria. The condition for this case is just that prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Do you have any questions? And they also have a video to show that we weren't able to email.
You want to show that video now?
I'm going to let them do it.
Okay. All right. Board members, do we have any questions for Ms. Working? Yes, sir. Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Working, I've got a couple questions that I think will take us back to the last meeting. Have you seen multiple site plans that sort of show how difficult it is to achieve water retention, parking, et cetera, as it relates to avoiding the trees? I guess that's one question. Okay. The other is the parking count, which I couldn't find on the drawing, but maybe I didn't look hard enough. Have we met or exceeded the parking count? That's the other question. Okay. And the third is, do you have the last plan that was presented
Yes.
versus the new plans? We can kind of see the comparison of what might have changed since then.
I don't think I did a side-by-side, but these are the old.
Sorry to give you all 3, but I can go back if you forget.
Yeah. But yes, so they submitted the landscape plan showing and the drainage plan. Sally, do you know the answer to the parking question?
But those are the new plans, right? So we don't have the old.
These are the new plans,
Yeah.
the ones that, yeah. The old one, I should have put that. I do have it, but it's kind of back. This is just the first site plan you saw.
Right, that doesn't show vegetation or anything, right? So we didn't have a landscape plan originally, is that right? Yeah, okay.
No, we didn't have landscape.
So parking count, how are we doing on that? Did we meet or exceed? Do y'all know?
I do not have the information with me. Do you have the file over there, Jen?
I do.
Okay.
I have the full set, if you want the full set. While she's looking up that, do you guys have any other questions?
Just to revisit, the first question was about during the resubmittal, were there multiple options reviewed with staff, or they just come back with one option?
Well, basically, they just resubmitted the new information for your review. It wasn't like a true site plan review resubmittal. Does that make sense?
Mr. Neal?
Just a procedural question. So we're going to entertain both of these cases at the same time, so we can ask questions regarding to the tree variance and the architectural stuff.
At the same
Correct?
time.
At the same time. That's fine. All I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay.
You have any questions?
Ms. Working, one of the letters we received was from Mr. Charlie Smith, and he indicated that the plans for the Citadel Mall development were to allow buildings up to 18 stories tall. Is that correct?
I think that's in the city's redevelopment, like West Ashley plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any questions to my left? Any more questions? Any more questions to my right? Anything else, Ms. Working?
That's it.
You going to answer the first question or the last question for Mr. Marchant with the parking?
We're
Or we still got it?
looking that up.
Okay.
Wow, so it
So-
might be a while.
While we do that, while we wait on that, if the board would like, we'll just go ahead and I'll find out if the applicant is here. Is the applicant here?
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
If you would, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should approve this application, sir. Please speak clearly into the mic for me, please.
Thomas Callum with Callum Engineering, 634C Marina Drive, Charleston, South Carolina is the address. We can go through piece by piece, or I can answer any questions that maybe had. The question arose about the site plan. The site plan has not changed from the last submittal.
So, I had to turn his mic back on, I apologize. Ms. Working tells me that you also have a video.
Yes, sir.
So I don't want to rob you of your time, okay? You got 2 cases, so we will extend your time just a little bit. Are you prepared at this time to play that video?
We can certainly play it. It's more to the architectural than to the trees itself. I would speak to the trees. We have Mike Remesey with R4 Architecture that can speak to those variance requests. We can certainly play the video now.
You had the timer set?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we can do 10 minutes if.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to be sufficient for you to present your case?
I hope so.
I think what he's saying is the
Architect wants
the
to-
other gentleman can talk about the video.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, proceed. We'll give you 5.
5 for the trees now?
For you, yes, sir.
Okay. So as far as what has changed, layout-wise, nothing has changed from the July meeting. What we provided today is a landscape plan showing the proposed mitigation. We have a robust buffer planning along Savannah Highway. The trees that are highlighted in red would be 6 to 8 inch live oaks that are being proposed to be planted within that buffer section. We also have provided a drainage plan kind of showing the extents of the ponds there and what we would lose by not being able to remove the 55-inch live oak. We've also provided some up-close pictures of that oak. While it is in good health, there was some comments from the board about possibly creating a picnic area or something around that tree. It's our opinion and the owner's opinion that the tree is not one that would promote it's not a beautiful tree, for lack of a better term. It's unsightly and falls directly in the middle of the property. We talked about it last meeting. We can't shift the entrance left or right on Savannah Highway due to the driveway spacing. The parking, I don't know exactly off the top of my head, the parking count. It's a little over 400 spaces, but we're right on the money as far as meeting the requirement, and that goes to the out parcel uses there, to the point where conversation with Sally and staff, or excuse me, Jennifer Stiles at the time, was making sure that we accounted for what those proposed uses would be so that we didn't have a lack of available parking. So the loss of the pond and loss of parking to not be able to remove that tree would impact the site and would impact the proposed uses. I think that kind of touches on the 29-inch red oak falls within an area that's currently inundated during current storm events. There really is no way to avoid that impact or removal to be able to develop the site plan or the site itself. The 55 unfortunately just falls in a location that also creates issues. And we also provided there were some comments from the board that were unaware of the support. We provided 4 or 5 articles that were in, I believe, the Post and Courier, Live 5 News, west of that, where there was some support from the West Astor Revitalization Committee, as well as city council members and Charleston County council members. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm more focused on the 55-inch tree. The 29 makes total sense to me, or at least I can connect the dots enough. So my questions are really going to be about the 55-inch tree. So the first question on your mitigation, well, it's really not mitigation plan, I guess this is your landscaping plan. How many inches total do you have on your landscaping plan that would add up as part of your mitigation for the 2 trees, assuming that both of them are approved?
Yes, sir. So there are 10 live oaks shown there. They would be in the 8 to 10 inch range is what we're discussing at this time. And we front loaded it on Savannah Highway. We felt that it was more suited to be there as opposed to dispersed throughout the site. There is some
Interrupt you. So what's the number of inches that you?
90 inches,
So, all right, so, and by the ordinance, you have to do,
84, I believe. Yes,
you're not
sir.
really exceeding it tremendously, you're just meeting it, basically,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is, can you point or use the pointer or describe to us on your new landscaping plan where is the 55-inch on this plan right here? Where's the 55-inch currently located on that design?
I don't have a pointer on me, but it would be just to the left of the entrance drive within the pond, the front, I guess, quarter of the pond towards Savannah Highway.
So it would be in the pond, it wouldn't be in the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Negative impact does it have to drainage leaving that tree?
Jenny, can you go back? There's a drainage plan. There's one that shows the actual tree itself, I believe, highlighted.
On the drainage plan, isn't it?
Yes, sir. So we would lose that pond in its entirety.
I have one more follow-up then, Mr.
Yes, go
Chairman.
ahead. See-
So if, let's just, I'm looking at all options, since you didn't bring us any other option than the one that we saw 2 months ago. What options do you have for drainage if you were to lose this pond or have to alter this pond? Would you lose parking? Think outside the box. What are your other options?
Yes, sir. So we would lose, we would lose a handful of parking spaces. We would lose that drive aisle there, obviously. It would drastically increase.
You wouldn't lose the drive out. It's not impacting the driveway.
Well, the drive aisle to the left, not the entrance.
You would lose the
to
parking spots. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know your terminology.
Yes, sir.
So you would lose some parking spots, and you would lose what else?
We would lose that pond in its entirety. I can't quantify it. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars in underground detention would likely be added if we can make that work. We have been through 4 or 5 iterations of this plan with county and city staff, so this is not the only plan that we've developed. We had pre-app meetings with Charleston County 3 times. City staff was for those as well, and this is what we landed on as the best solution for the site.
Dollar values of hundreds of thousands or whatever the number would be. If you didn't take this tree down, you would not have the cost of the mitigation. So how much is one of those trees? How much is that 90 inches of tree mitigation or 55 inches of the tree mitigation? Give me a ballpark number of what that would save you if you didn't have to do it.
The mitigation, those trees are in the ballpark of $1,200 to $1,500 a piece, so call it 15 grand on the mitigation planning.
55 inches worth of trees?
No, sir, for 90.
All I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? Mr. Marchant?
Hey, Mr. Kellum, thanks for your testimony. I think one of the things that the board may struggle with, and I'm kind of struggling with, is item number 6. In item number 6, gosh, I thought I had it pulled up. I'm sorry. Item number 6 is that the need of the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And, I mean, this comes up time and time again when we're looking at trees or setbacks or buffers. Did the applicant take every opportunity to create a design to avoid asking for the variance? And I think that's one of the things I'm struggling with is the reason I asked about parking count is if you're pretty close to the parking count, which it sounds like you are based on your testimony, then we can't remove any more parking spaces to save the tree. I think that's a fair statement. It sounds like if you had some different water retention strategies, it would cost a lot of money, that perhaps we could save the tree. But there's a cost to that, right? And so, and Mr. Neal spoke to that. If this was a hotel but not a convention hotel, then we could probably save the tree because we wouldn't need as much parking. And so, again, is this variance, let me get the language right, the result of the applicant's own actions? And is it reasonable or not? And I think that's kind of what I'm struggling with is reading all 7 criteria. How do I judge that? These 2 out parcel buildings, if they weren't there, would we have more space to accommodate parking or water retention and therefore save the tree? So, and again, it's a tree. And I know this is a significant project. That's not to be taken lightly. But there are things that potentially could or could not have been done, I think. And not knowing because we haven't seen the exploration of the design is what gives me a little bit of pause. So my question is, help convince me that there's no other way to utilize this property and that the actions of the owner or the design team are not causing us to lose this tree.
Sure. So in regards to parking, it's actually the owner's opinion that we're going to be lacking enough parking that the zoning ordinance itself does not require enough parking for this to function. So we have maximized that and are hopeful that we will be able to meet the needs there. He owns the Town and Country a few doors down and actually has vocalized to county staff that may have to use some of the parking there during a convention or something of that nature. The out parcel buildings are purely to meet the zoning requirements. That was not the original plan here. Like I said, we went through 4 or 5 different iterations, went through this in great detail with Charleston County staff as well as the city. The tree just unfortunately is not in a good location on the property, and it's front and center. It has a drastic impact on the drainage and in the detention. The county, quite frankly, the tree protection zone requirement here causes an issue. The canopy itself is maybe half of what that is, if not less. We've gone through many options. We've put together a full drainage plan, worked with Charleston County MS4 as well as city staff to make sure that there's no adverse impacts downstream. This falls within the doo-wop drainage area. It's a special protection area. The site itself is inundated currently. We have upstream and downstream constraints from other developments that have caused, undue, unjust, I guess, impairments to this site itself. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Anyone on my left? Mr. Nelson?
One thing you just brought up in your testimony was about the 2 out parcels along Savannah Highway, and I did not know that was part of the zoning ordinance. Can you explain that a little bit, what the requirement is for those 2 buildings?
I don't know the exact terminology, but the way that the ordinance is written is such that if it was only the hotel itself, it would have to front Savannah Highway. In talking with the owner and the architect, the hotel would not function as desired if that was the case. And so in order to avoid that requirement, as long as those 2 out parcel buildings are constructed, the hotel can be as it's located now.
Is that correct?
Basically, with the idea with the ordinances, the building should address the street, especially a corner lot with a building, to have the majority of the parking to the side or rear of the building. In this case, it's unique because it has frontage on 3 sides.
Right.
That was the idea of the layout.
Okay. Thanks.
So Ms. Brooks, are there any alternatives to that, to the out parcels that they can do in lieu of?
Well, not without your blessing. So, yeah, a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Right, they would be asking for a variance either way, right?
We would
Or
be,
a plan development or something,
we would be asking to remove the 55-inch tree for the hotel to address the Savannah Highway as well.
Mr. Truzlo?
Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
I'm not struggling, but I'm looking at the 55-inch tree. I've seen it. Am I correct that it was pruned years and years ago and has these ugly scars and scabs on it?
Yes, sir, and that's what we tried to depict in the additional pictures we provided. Their minimum of 4 or 5 limbs have been pruned years ago, and they, have formed. It's pretty unsightly, for a project of this magnitude, for that to be front and center is a tough one.
I didn't even have to ask the question, you answered.
Yes, sir.
So you considered all the alternatives, you considered what was going to be best for drainage, what was going to be most attractive for the community. Even though you're taking out a tree, I love trees, but I guess it's in the eyes of a beholder, but it's kind of ugly.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't flow like a typical live oak, so you're taking it out, you're going to replace it with more trees.
Yes, sir. It's our opinion that the long-term, it's a betterment to the Savannah Highway corridor the landscape plan that's proposed.
Okay, one last question. Why wouldn't this be considered a win-win for everybody if we allow you to do the things that you've asked?
We believe it is.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Maybe this touches on the architect aspect as well, but it seems to me that there's a symmetry here in terms of the entrance that you're trying to maintain as you approach the hotel. And
Yes, sir, that's correct.
the landscape plan enhances and supports that entrance and overall view of the facility, which is, I think, important to the neighborhood, important to the business group, that this be an attractive, very large new development for that part of the city. So some of the things that have been suggested, eliminating one of the ponds or cutting back on that pond to save the tree, would destroy that. Would that be fair to?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Just want to, thank you.
Okay, thank you for allowing us to ask. Any more questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray, if he would like to, he can present from here if that would be easier
Okay.
to
You want to
get-
go over there
That way you know it.
with the video?
Operational question?
Sure.
Are you able just to put the drive in and hit start?
Yeah.
That's what we need to do.
Okay. I just didn't know if you wanted to go back and forth through the renderings.
That's just critical for my presentation.
Okay.
just that video.
Sure.
I'm Michael Remesey, architect with R4 Architecture, 513 Savannah Highway, Charleston.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to play this video, and then after you can speak.
Thank you.
Okay. Or you narrate, I don't know.
What we did is we did some more exploration and design, and we took a drone video up to several various feet above the site. And what we were trying to represent here is the view from the upper levels of the hotel. And as you can see in the background, you can clearly see the Stono River, practically full view from one end to the other, even with, all the buildings. So you're basically looking beyond the site, and you have a spectacular view, which really didn't present itself during design, but we were trying to go through what we had and what we can do to enhance, guest experience. So I thought it was crucial for you to see, once you're on the upper floor of the hotel, pretty much that's the view you're going to get. And my view of that is that's critical for guest experience of the hotel. I mean, the more you can provide for your guests, the architecture is one thing, but what they experience, like when we talk about the arrival of the hotel in my last presentation, we talked about not just pulling in 2 feet and parking your car and unloading your luggage. We wanted that experience of driving into a nice, massive site, well landscaped with a beautiful hotel. That's part of the guest experience. A lot of hotels don't have that opportunity. So the reason I'm wanting you to understand the view is we've made some enhancements to the design of the hotel. Realizing this potential view, adjusting our design to do such, we've actually increased the floor height in order to achieve that view. So at the 7th level of the restaurant, when you're out on the balcony, you're able to see, if you're looking directly south, you're able to see the Stono River. Looking east, you'll be able to gather most of downtown Charleston and some of the bridge. So there's reasons to be able to achieve this height, to capture these views and enhance the guest experience. So what we did primarily is elevate some of the floors, but basically the ground floor was elevated and the mezzanine, the mezzanine and restaurant level elevated. And we also flipped the mezzanine from the lower level to the upper level, so it provided a roof structure that would be there all year round. So you can enjoy the outdoor, whether you have inclement weather or not. So before it was kind of out in the open, so if it rained or something, you wouldn't be able to use it. So we thought that would be an obvious enhancement. So wanted you to understand that. And then, I guess getting back to our variances, I guess I'm going to go through what I said last time. The variance for stories, it's my personal opinion. I don't agree that we even need a variance. The hotel is 6 stories on either side, and the center is 7 stories. We do have 2 mezzanines. One is very minimal for the restaurant, and the other one's above the first floor, and that is basically back of house only. That's for people that work at the hotel to be able to move through the hotel without interacting with the guests. And going through the code and the zoning ordinance, I know the zoning ordinance had no definition of what really a floor is. They're just saying you can have this many, from what I remember. However, the building code has a separate definition for mezzanines. They don't call it a floor. They call it a mezzanine, and you're limited to a certain amount based on construction of the building, which is what we've currently met. I think we have 50% mezzanine on the lower level for services. And the upper level, I think it's not even 50%. It's less than that. Obviously, the utilitarian mezzanine, it's not anything spectacular. It's going to be pretty much concrete raw material for people to move equipment and be able to get from one end of the hotel to the other without having to go through corridors. So again, this is a very upscale hotel. It's way different than a brand hotel. So there's certain aspects in design that we've went through with great detail to achieve a high-class luxury hotel and not just your basic hotel. The higher ceilings, the entrance, the windows. Understanding what the zoning ordinance said, clients, and basically the new trend is when you go into your hotel room, most hotels have this little 3x5 punched window, and that's it. We wanted to open the guest rooms up, massive glass, bring in the outside, a lot of light. So in designing this, if we start putting big pieces of glass, there's very limited area left for any other material. So we went with floor to ceiling, and instead of using punched windows, we're using curtain wall system. And we do have sills, but they're not brick sills, but there are sills there. I think the lower level, we managed to bring some sills in. So the height limitation, we're 6 on either side, 7 in the middle, with mezzanines that are permitted per code. The other thing I want to address is that 750 square feet requirement, which I talked about last time. In my personal opinion was, I think in zoning, that was more allocated to smaller buildings, 2-story buildings, where you can achieve that. If we apply that ordinance to this building, being its height, every 6 to 7 linear feet on the ground, we would have to architecturally change design or material. I think that would be an architectural atrocity. I mean, I wouldn't want to stand behind a design that had, it'd be like a candy cane stripe, or if you went horizontal, it'd be like a checkered tablecloth. I mean, if you had to adhere to that. So, I'm trying to say that I understand it and it has good application, but for a building of this size and this mass, it would be a total disaster in design. It would look like we didn't know what we were doing with. I mean, I don't know how you change every 6 feet when you're 130 feet tall. It'd be a thin line of a different material as you go. As I see it, that's my interpretation.
Okay. All right. Very good. Let me see if I have any of these board members that have a question. I'm going to start on my left first. Any questions on this side? Mr. Marchant, did you have a question? Okay. I just thought you would. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Because I have, it may be in the detail, but I haven't seen. What is the difference between the absolute code requirement in terms of height and what you're proposing? And total height of the building?
The building code height, per building code, is limited to construction type, whether your building's sprinklered. The more, in general terms, the more fire safe, fireproof you can make it, the taller you can go. So this building there's going to be no wood in this at all. It's basically going to be concrete and steel. So from a fire standpoint, and at these heights, we'll probably be in the high-rise code, which will even have more enhanced fire protection systems built into the project.
Kept it to the number of stories according to the code. If you kept it to the code number of stories, 6 stories versus what you're proposing, right?
Yeah, we're within code as we're presenting it.
But I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The mezzanine you said was what was taking you out.
It's an
Right.
allowable part of the building code. You can have, per code, you can have, if it says you can have 6 stories, you can do 6 stories. But if you read through the code, there's a chapter regarding mezzanines. And what they do is they allow mezzanine levels within the story requirements. So it's not considered a story because it's not a full square footage of the floor. It's a component of, and usually it's used for like utilitarian uses. It's not used for it's not another floor, is what I'm trying to say.
The variance you're asking for, though, is as a result of the mezzanines, right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I think what the clarification would be is, I think he's talking about building code. I think you're asking about the zoning ordinance. Like,
There's
what
nothing
would-
in there
yeah.
that says height, it just says stories.
Okay, so there's no standard story height.
Right.
Basically, it depends on building
Right.
construction
Right.
material, I see.
Yeah, there's no height limitation in the zoning limits either. It's
Okay.
just story.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this will help. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No,
but
that's fine.
Think about the mezzanine as part of the story, right? And
exactly.
so you have 2 stories, each of which have a mezzanine. So really, you only have 6 stories, 2 of which have mezzanines included. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I once had an office that was a 1-story office, and they constructed a mezzanine level, which was an intermediate level that it can function as a subsequent use to the project. It's not a story, it's a mezzanine, it's the code, it's still.
And that's a code interpretation.
Okay. Then the stories that include a mezzanine versus the stories that do not have a mezzanine, what is the height difference? Is there any height difference there?
Well, if you have a mezzanine, you have to have the required code clearances to be able to function. So, I mean, there's minimums and there's no limitation to how high.
In this building, what's the absolute difference between the stories with a mezzanine and the stories that have no mezzanine? What's the height difference in each story?
There is no limitation to that. You can make, I mean, if you built, just say, example, you built a mezzanine and you're going to store tires on it, and you need a tire rack that's 16 feet tall. Oh, then you can, raise it up or lower it. Office use, our mezzanine was 10 feet. It's based on use too. It's not just a limitation, so.
Does that help? So you got a 14-foot, a 10-foot mezzanine, so that's really 24-10.
Okay, so it's 12.
Mr. Neal, you had a question?
Chairman, I want to do a follow-up on the tree, but I can wait until rebuttal. It's at your discretion, whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah, let's wait for that. Did that answer your question?
Your regular stories are 12'6"? Without mezzanines, 12'6"?
We've actually increased them to, I think, I'd have to lie, we're in the 15-foot range now. And you also have to remember that when you build a room, your ceilings are at a certain level, and then everything above that has heating systems, plumbing, air conditioning. So above those ceilings, you need to allow room to have all the utilitarian system functions to be within that room. So the floor height is the constructability portion of it, but then when you infill it with the room, the ceilings come down, it's all adjusted, so all that stuff that makes the room comfortable, you don't see it.
Go ahead.
Just for clarification, I mean, the challenging thing for us as a board is we can't think about height. We have to think about stories. And
Exactly.
unfortunately for the county, that means building, you can have a 3-story building that's 80 feet high, and you can have an 8-story building that's 80 feet high, right? And so we're not talking about height, really. We're talking about number of stories. So
So it's not an aesthetic
it's not.
of how big the building appears. It's
Usually
just it's the number of stories are required or by the code, right?
Yeah,
That's
and
what you're
usually
saying.
it's the
Which can
ins-
be any height based on material.
Right, and it's
But
usually the
is the
inside
problem.
function of the space that determines the height.
I'll ask a question out of complete ignorance then, because I've never read the building code, and maybe Mr. Martin to my right would answer this sooner than anybody. But is the building code referenced in our zoning ordinance?
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right.
We good on this side?
Just one follow-up question. Have you all seen this letter from Charlie Smith, who's a member of the West Ashley Revitalization Committee?
Yes.
Where he asked about the inset windows with sills that'll help break up the monotony of the facade. Can
Well-
you respond to that?
I disagree, because the reason we're doing the windows the way we have, and I think I explained this, most hotels do have the smaller windows. They have the typical, sill and header components, very traditional. This is not a traditional hotel. We're doing massive amounts of glass to bring the inside in. So the big glass elements, when you see it from the out, will be all glass to maximize the interaction between the outside and inside. And that seems to be the new trend in hotels. It used to be smaller windows, the better. And your rooms are nice and dark, but now everyone wants them bright and shiny and interact. So that's the reason we're going that route. If we had little 3x5 windows in that elevation, I can cite an example of a building near downtown Charleston that looks like a prison and used to be an office. It would probably look like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think his general feeling is he's in favor of the of the property, but he was just asking, I think, about that particular point.
Well,
Just having a good
No.
quality looking building that's sitting on that corner
And
there,
I-
and not something that's looks cheap.
well, that's what we're after, but we're also, in this case, it's more guest experience than what the building looks like. I mean, we are paying attention to the aesthetics of the building, but this is more a design for your hotel guests that expect certain things when they come into an upscale hotel. So if we had an upscale hotel with tiny windows, that formula doesn't work.
All right. Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your
thank you.
testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? I saw your hand first, sir. Please state your name and address. for the
Steve
record.
Barn, live at 370 Mutual Drive, which is about a mile from this property. I own 3 commercial properties across the street. And let me characterize this project as doing for West Ashley what the Charleston place did for downtown Charleston. This is a major, impactful project that needs to go forward. And not only that, I'd like to say that the Palacios family, the quality of how they operate and the quality of what they do, and their best interest of the community, I highly recommend that y'all vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Okay, one moment. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Do we have anyone that have a question for him? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. I saw another hand. Yes, sir. The green shirt, teal shirt.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Johnson. I reside at 57 Indigo Point, West Ashley. Been a long-time West Ashley resident since I was born in St. Francis Hospital and moved West Ashley. Everything the Palacios family touches gold. They put forth every effort to make sure long-term they're not a developer who's coming shortchanging everything. Jim Palacios is leaving a legacy for his family to continue to operate, and I wholeheartedly agree this is a boost that Charleston, West Ashley needs. If you look at that, it's the old budget site that's been abandoned for 20 years. It's an eyesore. Just imagine everyone's going to be praising kudos to the board for allowing this to go through and make sure Mr. Palacios gets the changes he's requesting to build the business and continue the business throughout 30, 40, 50 years.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Yes, sir. Any brown jacket?
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Royal, 20 Huguenot Avenue in Farm Field subdivision. Just wanted to speak in support of Mr. Palacios' project. This is a visionary project, and from my perspective, will be a launching point for a revitalization of the Savannah Highway corridor. I don't know if that exists, but that's what I like to call it. My family and I, we've been driving past what is currently on the property, which is, an abandoned eyesore, to say the least, potentially a danger to the community. This project will benefit the guests of the hotel, but also the residents of West Ashley, a 7th floor, restaurant with views of the Stono River and the Ashley River and all of the surroundings will certainly be a center point for us, the residents of West Ashley. Strongly urge you to vote in favor.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for this gentleman? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have? Oh, well, he didn't have any rebuttal, but, yeah, he did. I just thought.
Just a reference point then. I'd like to ask a question to
Would you
our-
please come back up? Oh, gosh, name evades me right this moment. Cohen, yes. We have a board member that'd like to address the question to you first, please.
So, thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. So I'm following up on the dollar amount difference of if you had to do underground drainage. And I'm creeping towards where I think I can end and help this project, at least from my one vote. The ordinance reads, if I'm correct, that you replace things at 2.5 inches and you replace your inches. You replace the 2.5 size is the minimum size you can do for replacement. Since this is going to potentially take down 55-inch grand tree, it's an extraordinary project. We've said that for 3 months. I have tremendous faith that Mr. Palacios and his team will do an unbelievable job. Yet you're pulling out a 55-inch tremendous tree. Is there some type of assurance that you can give us that you will replace the trees in the mitigation plan with either a little bit slightly larger than this, the bare minimum of 2.5-inch caliper trees, or can you exceed the minimum number of 84 inches that is the bare minimum? Now, I'm sure Mr. Palacios has a grand scheme and a vision of what he wants out there. Just giving us a little bit more for this special circumstance of one tree would help nudge me and solve this last piece of the puzzle, I think, for me.
Yes, sir. So what we're proposing now is 8 to 9 inch caliber trees to be planted. And that's just a function.
How many of those?
10 at the current time.
But then that would still take us back to the 90 inches, which is basically the base plan. Could you get over 100 inches in some type of plan?
Sure, we can, yes. We
I
can
mean,
get-
you would be amenable to that type of decision on a condition that we would place on it?
Yes, sir.
100 inches?
100 inches, yes, sir.
That would be 20% greater than the minimum, or a little bit more than that?
Yes,
If
sir.
we added a percentage?
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay.
That's something you can add to your motion
Right.
if you were the one to make the
Oh,
motion.
I'm trying to get a little bit of feedback from what the applicant would be, but that's well within your purview of, you think that's reasonable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ms. Brooks, do you want to comment on that?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
With that, yeah, I was gonna follow up just on the parking thing really quick. So, plan shows 470 spaces. I don't feel like I have enough detailed information in these documents here to give you a exact calculation for staff, but basically it's 1 per room is required. There are 210 rooms per the plans. And then parking per accessory uses like restaurants. So 1 per 75 square feet of indoor seating, 1 per 150 square feet of outdoor seating, parking for pools. The best I could come up with was around close to 400 spaces, give or take. Based on the different information and the square footages on the plans, we typically ask for a breakdown of all the individual square footages so that we can verify the calculation. There's not a maximum cap on parking in the ordinance. It requires anything, it requires that just 30% of the parking be pervious parking instead of all pavement, so. That's what I have.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Marchant? Not Mr. Marchant, Mr. Nelson, excuse me. Nelson? Neil?
It was my question, and I mean, the testimony of the applicant also answered it. I think he said they were pretty close to the required minimum, or they exceeded a little more than required minimum, but they needed more. They would rather have more if they could. And my question was around, code is minimum. Sometimes code does not match use. And in this case, being a restaurant and a conference hotel, they probably need more parking than code requires. But that also puts strain on parking, which means you have to have more paved area, which means you have to tear down more trees. That was the impetus of my question, which gets back to use, right? I mean, are we causing the problem, or is the problem in the way of our solution? And that's the issue for me. So thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, and I
Very
didn't mean
methodical.
to include that. It included the 10,000 square feet of retail, commercial, the corners.
On the corners, those two out parcels. Okay. Any other questions of staff? Any discussion?
I do want to ask one follow-up question of staff, just related to how you typically treat something where the building code, well, the zoning ordinance might not reference the building code or completely be congruent with the building code. Is there a way that staff normally addresses those types of issues?
You're talking about the stories?
Yes.
Yeah. We just have to go by what the zoning ordinance definition is, then, the relaxation, if there's, it just varies.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's a definition in the ordinance, we have to go by that. Otherwise, Webster's, if it's not clear, we usually talk to our attorneys and/or go to the BCA. So.
Fair enough. Got it.
Here we are. You had another question?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I mean, I think one of the challenges with Zeldar is it's ambiguous when it comes to architectural standards, right? I mean, what does it mean to be massive versus not massive? What does it mean to be stories when we're talking about height? Because I think the intent is height, but we can't interpret. We're not here to interpret. We've got 7 criteria, right? So it's challenging. I mean, we need a design review board in the county, but that's not what we're here to discuss, right?
But that can also speak toward meeting the criteria in certain situations.
It could.
Mr. Neal?
My question is just for, if you, at the time you're entertaining motions, are the motions going to be combined, or do you need them separate?
We got to do them separate.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Loading up. Okay. Any other discussion? Any other question? So at this time, board members, I'd like to entertain a motion and a second. I think he's ready. Go ahead.
I'll take the first one.
All right, so let's go case
Because
by case.
I'm not good on building stuff, but I'll take it on the trees. So let me put my glasses on.
So you're doing 683.
Yeah, 683. For case BZA 0623-00683, variance or request for variance to remove 2 grand trees for the proposed hotel. I move that we approve this variance request. Do I need the TMS number?
No.
For the following reasons, because I believe it meets all 7 criteria. The first criteria, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Well, this is obvious. This property is like no other in West Ashley, and there are clearly exceptional conditions here present. Number 2, it meets this criteria. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. We've already seen that in the presentation by the applicant, how it borders multiple sides and is a thoroughfare for all of West Ashley. So it clearly meets that request. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. We've heard testimony by the applicant such to that exact case, that they've done everything that they can to mitigate every type of issue. but it will not work without the removal of these 2 grand trees. Number 4 criteria, I believe it also meets the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. We heard testimony from a neighbor in support of this, that they're obviously, even including the council or commission of West Ashley District, they're in favor of this. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably if a zoning variance is granted shall not be considered grounds for granting a zoning variance. This is an extraordinary piece of property. I don't see how it can do anything but help the entire zoning district and the zoning map area around it. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the application's own actions. I see that we meet this criteria mainly because of all the efforts that's been made and the grand scale of this project. If it weren't for the 2 buildings, there would probably be some more options to relocate a lot of the drainage and tree mitigation. So I feel it does meet this criteria. And criteria number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. I believe it will only enhance. We've heard testimony that how this will enhance the entire West Ashley community and be a tremendous asset to the area. I would like to add the conditions that were added by staff of number 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And also staff's comment number 2, of which I'm going to modify. Number 2 says the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 84 inches of DBH trees by either submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling per inch replacement. But I'm going to modify that with, on the frontage of Savannah Highway, there must be a minimum of 6 inches on the trees. That gives you a little flexibility on the front, so they will be a little grand on the front. And also that the total total mitigation will modify from 84 inches to 100 inches. Or they can do the by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in the zoning ordinance. And I'll follow up if I get a second.
Okay. I have a second from Mr. Jordan over here. Any discussion, question?
If I may follow it real quickly, the only reason I'm adding those conditions is I just think the scale of the property, the scale of the tree that's being asked to be removed. I didn't add any I only went up from 84 to 100 inches really because of the 55-inch tree. I think the 29-inch tree makes perfectly good sense. The 55, I was just struggling. And if you're going to do something of this magnitude, and if you can just, instead of exceed the minimums, this helps me understand and make it happen a little bit better. So I appreciate the applicant's willingness to agree to that pretty easily. Thank you.
You had a question, comment?
I don't have any questions. I thought that was a very thorough presentation. I found Kellum Engineering's report to provide clear and convincing evidence supporting the motions that's been made. I probably wouldn't have called for an extension or making the trees bigger, but since they've indicated they would do it, it's a fine company, fine father and son members of our community, the fabric of our community, and I'm wholly behind this, and thank you. Thank you.
Anything over here? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, it carries. All right, so that was
Somebody else do the second one.
2683 has been properly moved and seconded. Okay. All right, does anyone want to take a stab for 684?
All right, Mr. Chair, typically we would force the one member
I know. Nope.
to do the second one, but I'll see if I can tackle this.
He was biting at the bit to get to that one. Okay.
So in the matter of BZA 0623000684, I would make a motion that we approve this request. I find that it does meet all 7 of the required criteria. that one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. Again, as described by Mr. Neal, the size of the property, the testimony of the applicant really indicates that this is a unique opportunity for Savannah Highway, and certainly provides an opportunity for West Ashley that wouldn't otherwise be present in developing this particular property. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. I do not know of any other property similar to this in that section of West Ashley that could stand for redevelopment that's been undeveloped for 15, 20 years now. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. In meeting this criterion, I am compelled by one, a lack of opposition to this project, number one, and two, the support that has been received from various West Ashley committees that focus on the redevelopment of the West Ashley corridor. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Again, similar to the response for 3, the lack of any opposition to this would indicate that there are very few people that are concerned that there would be any substantial impact associated with development of the hotel conference center on this property. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district to extend physically a nonconforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries as shown on the official zoning map. We clearly meet that criterion since this is a use that is allowed per the zoning ordinance. For criterion 7, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. For meeting this criterion, I'm going to go back to the differences that we have between the building code and the, I guess, the definition of stories as stated in the zoning ordinance. And I'm compelled by the testimony of the applicant that we can count the mezzanines as a floor, and whether or not the need for the variance is even needed would then be called into question. But for the sake of moving this process along, I will say that we meet that criterion with that particular definition as outlined in the building code. And for criterion 7, the granting of this variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. And we meet that criterion as well, again, based upon the support that has been received for this project from multiple parties. In making this motion, I would add the one condition required by staff.
Second. All right, Mr. Jordan, it's been properly moved in second. Questions? Comments? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Okay, it carries. Us unanimous for both cases. Gentlemen, congratulations. Both cases have been approved. You will get information from staff in the next 10 days, letting you know the next steps to move forward. Thank you so very much, and congratulations. And good night. Very good. So our next case tonight is case BZA 08-23-00699. It'll be done by Mr. Joshua Downey. Oh, that cleared out half the room. Okay. Good job.
Mr. Ray,
Yes, sir.
you said case 699 or case 700?
699.
Okay. It should be 700.
Oh, that's right.
Short-term rental.
So BZA case
I apologize.
08-23-700.
Yeah, I forgot, sorry.
Yep, you're fine.
Thank you.
The applicant and property owner, April Linker, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 2902 Ashley River Road, TMS number 35812000226 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the north, east, and west are located in the low-density R4 zoning district. The properties to the south are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1979 for Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 4 bedrooms and have shown 6 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent says this structure is a single-family residence, a brick ranch-style home with 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It has 7 beds and can sleep up to 10 guests. The home has a garage and driveway that can accommodate up to 6 vehicles, including a yard space next to the driveway. It is proposed to be rented for up to 144 days and to be non-owner occupied. So that is the subject property. That is an aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on the 12th of September. That is the single-family residence and the proposed parking. Some of the surrounding properties. Ashley River Road. This was the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. That is the plat. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria for this application may have been met. And so the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 08-23-00700, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 2902 Ashley River Road, TMS number 3581200. 226 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommendation conditions below, including, but not limited to, restricting the number of days that a short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit's approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term rental limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. This property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions of staff?
Any questions of staff? Anyone? Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand how this works out. This house is about, less than 1,100 square feet. We're going to have, I just put it back real quick. We're going to have 10 people and 6 cars in an area.
I don't have the exact square footage, Mr. Truslow, but give me about a minute or two after the applicant has presented their case, and I will make sure they have that answer for you.
All right. Does that, I understand we're not here to make law, we're here to interpret and apply it, but is there any provisions that relate to how many people we can, I think it's, you're gonna find out it's 10,000, 1,056.
That's the floor plate.
Yeah. I can get what is, what the...
But do we have any standards we go by on how many people we can have?
The standards that we go by are if there are more than 10 guests, then building services has to get involved and sprinkler systems have to be installed because the property is looked at as more of a commercial entity than it is a single-family residence.
I mean, if it's 500 square foot house, could we have 10 people in it?
Again, that's just kind of what we went through last time, what building code has versus what the ordinance has, and they aren't.
I'm sorry, I'm not being critical of you, I'm trying to understand the process.
Totally understandable, yes, sir. But the threshold in this case is for short-term rental is anything more than 10 guests has to get a sprinkler system by the building services, but there's not like a ratio at this time of square footage per number of guests.
So if you had, you've got 4 bedrooms, let's say you had, with this size, you'd have a hard time getting queen-size beds in, but let's say you could get queens in there. That'd be enough for you to fit in 8. Where would
The other 2 guests,
2 go?
the other 2 could go in the living room or like sleeper sofas. That has been done before. It is not in your packet, but the applicant was also asked to produce a tenant notice showing where all of the sleeping rooms would be. And I believe, and you can double check with the applicant, but I believe the living room was also used as sleeping quarters also.
And, under those circumstances, would there be any concern about health and safety? For example, if there were a fire, the ability to, if you got people.
So on that tenant
in the
note,
kitchen, I mean, in the living room, would they be able to safely leave?
so on that tenant notice, it has to show the evacuation routes in case of an emergency, but that is about the limit of where zoning has for these short-term rentals.
What would be the fire exit plan in this case? How would they get out? How would everybody get out?
I do not have that with me, and it's not in your packet, but there was one that had to be produced by the applicant, and that is, I don't have it upstairs with me.
We'll be able to hear from them.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the question would be better asked to the applicant.
To the applicant, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good question, Mr. Trudlow. We'll ask the applicant. Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. And tell us why we should approve your application.
Hi, my name is April Linker. My property is 2902 Ashley River Road, and we are asking for approval to use our home as a short-term rental property. I've never done this before, but hopefully I can answer all your questions. Do you want to start with some of the square footage questions?
It's your 5 minutes. You do however you like.
Okay. So I guess I'll just start with the reason behind the property application. Do you need more of a reason, or is that enough?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Please proceed. Yes,
So
ma'am.
my husband and I, we have 4 children, and we're using it as an investment opportunity to send them to college, as well as one of our children has special needs and is intellectually delayed and will not be able to go to college or hold kind of an average blue-collar job. So we're looking at it as a possibility for employment opportunity for him in the future. And then if he's not able to do that, then it will be an income stream for him potentially. The property is 1,600 square feet. It has 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. 2 bedrooms are upstairs, 2 bedrooms are downstairs, one bathroom on each floor. We're proposing 1 bed, sleeping 2 people each in the bedrooms downstairs. 2 beds, sleeping 3 people in 1 bedroom upstairs, so a queen and a twin, ideally for a couple and a child. And then 3 twins in the other bedroom upstairs. Ideally for children, but could also be used for adults. So a total of 10. No one will be sleeping in the living room. There are fire exits on in the front and the back of the home. The front door, the back door of the home, and then the garage is also, the door to the garage can also be used as an exit.
All right. That's everything that you want to tell us?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Let's see if a board member has a question. Anyone to my left? All right.
I'll start with our standard question.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So Ms. Linker, thank you so much for being in front of us and presenting your case. One question that we typically ask applicants is, what platform will you use for renting your house?
We plan to use Airbnb.
And will you use a professional company to assist with that, or will you manage the rental yourself?
I plan to manage it myself. We live within 5 minutes of the property.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Mr. Trudlow, I'm going to let you ask that question to start.
She already answered my question. She said that they have, I was concerned about how people would leave. And
Sure.
I don't know, toward event, you said you would have adequate access for them to leave through the front door and the back door. I couldn't tell from the residence, which had 43 feet by 24 feet. Maybe my math was wrong. I calculated that to be less than 1,100 feet. You're saying that's 1,600?
Yes, it's two-story.
It's 2 stories. That's the answer. There you go. She'd answered my question.
Very
Mr. Ray.
good, I'm glad. Long as
Mr.
you
Ray,
please.
if I could present to the board, I do have that evacuation plan if the board members would like to see copies of it.
Okay. Would anyone like to see that? No, thank you. Yes, sir.
So clarification, 2 questions. One, so this will not be owner occupied. This will be, do you live in the same neighborhood? Or do you said a few minutes away. How?
About 5 minutes away.
So in the same neighborhood or not the same
Not
neighborhood?
in the same neighborhood.
So 5 minutes away,
Near Shadow Moss.
near Shadow Moss. Shadow Moss is a little bit further than 5 minutes away from Ashley River Road, isn't it?
No, where Ashley River Road meets Beast Ferry is where the property is. And then across the street from the property is one of the entrances to Shadow Moss.
Okay. Your driveway, it's hard to tell how long that driveway is, and with 10 people, it seems like in an ideal situation, yes, it would be families with a bunch of kids, but if it's not, is this going to be, are you going to split this up to 2 or 3 families could do, or 2 or 3 different rentals at the same time? Because if you put more than, it looks like 2 cars in your driveway, it looks like you would be parking out on the street and having issues. So can you explain in a little bit more detail how you plan on doing that?
Yep. So we plan to open up to rentals, ideally like large family gatherings, like extended family gatherings, or I guess friends that are joining together. We have 6 available parking spaces, 1 in the garage, 2 in the driveway, and then 3 next to the driveway and the home. So if you're looking at the driveway to the right side, 3 cars can park in the grass. There won't be any need for roadside parking. And we were told to allow 6 available spaces. If guests have more than 6 cars, they will not be able to park more than 6 cars on
So
the
I'm
property.
looking at the map here. If you put 1 in the garage and 2 in the driveway, then you're going to put additional 3 on the grass when you're only going to put 2 in the driveway? Seems like you'd only have 5 spots, not 6,
Well, you could include the space next to the garage.
back where the trash cans are.
Correct.
Next to the fence.
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
If necessary.
If necessary. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for you. How are you going to address noise? How would you address noise if you have a noise complaint?
Yeah, so we plan, so we have good relationships with our neighbors on either side. We have their contact information, they have ours. We've presented it to them already as, a possibility, and had no pushback from them. And, if they reported it to us or another neighbor, then, we would address the tenants directly or the renters directly. We do live very close, and we would be fine with doing that. Worst case scenario, we would call the police, but otherwise we would address it.
Okay.
May I have a,
Yeah, well,
no, I just want to follow up, but I'll wait.
No, go ahead. I'll come
Would
to
you be
Mr.
interested, I
Trudeau.
mean, this is a 4-bedroom house, you said? Is there any way you could cap this at 8 people instead of 10?
Yeah.
You'd be willing to cap it at 8 people? It just seems like 10 is really stretching the envelope here
Yeah.
an awful lot.
Because of the parking.
Parking, no, I mean, 10 people are a lot of problems.
Okay.
8 is a lot, but 8 would be, if you're amenable to 8, I'm glad you said that. Thank you.
Mr. Truslow?
Oh, Mr. Neal, as usual, anticipated my question and asked very good.
Mr. Go ahead, sir.
And thank you.
Mr. Chairman, actually,
Yes, sir.
I had a question to staff, not to the applicant.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. Anyone else have a question for this young lady? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Go ahead, proceed, sir.
At our last meeting, we talked about identifying how many short-term rental properties there were and within a given area, including that through the city, authorized through the city. Do we know what the number is for this area?
To my understanding, there are none.
There are none at the time.
To my
this time.
understanding.
Oh, you had another,
Could I ask one more question?
Of
the
staff?
applicant? Oh, just of the applicant.
would you please come back up? Thank you.
You
Yes,
may have
please.
answered this in response to Mr. Neal's question, but do your neighbor, how do your neighbors feel about this? Are they okay? They understand what you're doing? You've talked to your neighbors, you're on good terms with them, I'm sure.
Yes, so it's a very small subdivision. It's just one street that's unincorporated. Every home on the street is. I would say there's probably maybe 10, 12 max. So we've talked directly with 3 of the neighbors, one on each side of our home in direct proximity, and then another neighbor about 2 houses down. And they were all in favor and have helped us with some of our renovations and grass cutting and things.
So you've talked to them and they'd be supportive?
Yes, and we have their phone numbers. They have ours.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony again. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions of staff? Any discussion?
I'll just ask a question of staff real quick regarding the 8 versus 10 people and whether or not staff would view that as a necessary condition on this particular application.
Yes, sir. So all of the short-term rental permits, when we make out the permit, it has to state how much the maximum number of guests are, and that number has to reflect on their Airbnb listing. If that number is in conflict greater, then it would be a violation of the application. So yes, that is an applicable thing to add to the condition, so to speak.
Okay, thanks.
Was your question more like?
Yeah, I didn't know if there was a certain reason, but it sounds like it's just driven by the request of the applicant.
Yes, sir. So
Right.
the number of parking spaces is the only thing that we ask for in the application that does not have to reflect or be less than on the application on Airbnb or VRBO. So the number of bedrooms, the maximum number of guests, all of those numbers need to match what is stated in their permit and on their application.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or discussion? Staff?
Can I just
Yes,
make
sir.
a comment on that, Mr. Chairman? I mean, I just wonder about what we should be doing as a board, and what I mean by that is, in the scenario presented with 10 guests, if you had 2 siblings who were married and had 2 children apiece, that's 8 people, and they want to bring their parents along for the wedding. It's going to be in town for the weekend. You got 10, and so the whole family can be together, and if they have 8, they can't. And so is this really what we want to be doing here, or do we let the applicants do their thing and work it out? And just a comment.
I love this board. Any other questions or comments? All right, lady and gentlemen, I need a motion, please. One from my left. Anything on?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
All right. Let me pull these criteria up. I'm sorry. I'm good. Thank you. In the case BZA-08-23-00700, I move to approve as I believe it meets all 3 criteria. Criteria 1, it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare character of the immediate community. Criteria number 2, the applicant has made adequate provision for items such as setbacks, buffering, to protect adjacent properties from the possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use, such as noise, traffic, congestion, trash, parking, and similar factors. And it meets criteria number 3, complies with all applicable rules, regulation, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, and applicable STRP site plan review requirements of this ordinance. In addition to meeting the 3 criteria, this motion includes the 4 recommendations as stated by staff. Here ends my motion.
Do I have? Okay, we have a second by Mr. Nelson. Any discussion or questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Marchant, will you include the modification to 8 as a maximum?
I'm really not a fan of that, so no.
I just asked him.
Any more discussion? All right, we have a motion, and that has been properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? We got one. The vote carries. Motion. Oh, two. I'm sorry. That's two. Two opposed. Two opposed. Okay. All right. It still passes. Very good. Congratulations on your motion and your application. You'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps to proceed. You'll get information from staff within the next 10
Mr.
business
Ray,
days.
excuse me, who was the second?
Oh, Mr. Neal was the second.
Mr. Neal?
Nelson.
Nelson.
Mr.
Well, I want
Nelson
to call you
second.
Neal. It's just
Mr. Neal down there.
Yeah.
Nelson to the left.
So for clarity, Mr. Marche made the motion
Yes.
and Mr. Nelson seconded.
Yes.
The two opposed is Mr. Truslow and Mr. Neal. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. All right. Very good. So our next case is going to be BZA 08-23-00701. And Mr. Downey is doing that one for us again.
All right, so the applicant and property owner, Craig Wagner, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision, MHS zoning district at 1989 Wild Wing Lane, TMS number 33107000161 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and properties to the north, south, and east are located in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision, zoning district, MHS. The property to the west is located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a manufactured home with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1998 per Charleston County records. The request is to rent out 1 bedroom for up to 144 days. The applicant's letter of intent states, I have been renting out 1 bedroom with my limited home rental license for the past 3 years, and I would like to obtain an extended home rental permit. So that is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on the 12th of September. That is the single-family residence. Some of the surrounding properties. That is Wild Wing Lane. The site plan. And the plat. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria may have been met for this application. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions or deny BZA case 08-23-00701 a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision, MHS zoning district at 1989 Wild Wing Lane, TMS number 33107000161 on James Island in Charleston County. Based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommendation conditions below, including but not limited to the restricting of the number of days that a short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term rental limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the board and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions of staff?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not familiar with this area. How far out, where in James Island is this? And then also, are there short-term rentals that have been approved in this general vicinity?
So this is the riverfront neighborhood right before you get to Folly Beach. It's about a mile and a half or so from Folly Beach. Don't quote me on those coordinates.
Right or left side?
On the left side. So if the Solid Green community is to the right, Riverfront would be to the left if you're going towards
So
Folly
past Secessionville Road and all that?
past Secessionville Road.
Wait a minute. And then has the board approved any?
The board has approved several short-term rentals in this neighborhood. Our planning director likes to joke with me and say, if it was not for this neighborhood and the Riverland Terrace, I would not have a job.
Well, we're not going to stop that. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. And please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Thank you all for your time. My name is Craig Wagner, 1989 Wild Wing Lane, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. Good to start now?
Yes, sir, please.
All right. I've been a member of James Island and or Folly Beach community for the last 13 years. 3 years ago, I started renting out one bedroom in my house that I live in as a licensed limited home rental. It's been really successful. It helps me pay my bills and rising insurance and taxes and such. I only allow up to 2 guests because it's just one bedroom, so it's either an individual or a couple. I think it's been a really good way for people to visit the area, especially small groups that don't want to rent a whole house. Typically, their only option is like a hotel room, which is pretty lame compared to my house. It's about 2 miles from the beach, so people love to meet me, be in my cool little property, be able to go to Folly or Charleston. I'm super close with my neighbors. It's a really tight-knit community. Everyone's on board. I have not had a single complaint ever. I am on the property, so I deal with the trash. Any trash that they accumulate fits in my trash bins. I'm in and out of there cleaning before and after the guests. And if there's any problems, they have my cell phone number, as well as all of my neighbors. So everyone's on board.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, well, that one bedroom is to the front or the back of the home, and do they have their own separate entrance and restroom? Could you elaborate on that for us, please?
Yeah, so that bedroom's in the back of the home, and it's a 2-bathroom house. So the front of the home, excuse me, is for me and my wife. We have 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and then it's split in a hallway, and the guests in the back have 1 bedroom and 1 bath. And they have their own entrance in the back. So I meet them almost all the time in the driveway, but we do have separate entrances to the home.
And do they have access to the front of your home, your portion of the home?
No. If they needed to get through, it's connected, but we keep it separate. So they do their own thing, I do my own thing.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have a question? Okay, I don't see anyone else. Thank you so very much for your, anyone have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Very good. Then this case is closed to the public, and I need a motion to either approve or deny. Yes, sir. I'm sorry here.
Sorry. BZA case 0823000701. I move that we approve this application because it meets all 3 of the criteria. Criteria number 1, that is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity. We heard the staff say that there were other short-term rental properties already in the community, and that the applicant is already renting a room under the current his current license with no problems. Adequate provision, setbacks, buffering, fences, He has adequate parking, and there's been no complaints about noise or congestion as a result of the rental he's been doing. And number three, he complies with all the applicable rules, regulations, and laws and standards that are appropriate for short-term rentals. And this motion would include that they meet the conditions as set by staff.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Do I have a second? No. Who was the second? Mr. Neal. Okay, any discussion? Questions? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
That was unanimous on that side? Okay. All right, then. Any opposed? There's no, it's unanimous. It's approved. So where does she go? He. Okay, back in the back. Congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, staff will contact you and give you the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will take a 10-minute recess, and at that time, we will start back, okay? board members, if we can make it back to our seats and we can start.
When you coming down to my place?
For lunch. The weather gets cooler and walk up there.
Okay.
Between meeting and market.
Our next case that we're going to have and we're going to present is going to be case BZA 08-23-00702. And that case will be administered by Mr. Downey.
All right, BZA case 08-23-00702. The applicant and property owner, Bobby Prelo, is requesting a special exception to establish a for the placement of a manufactured housing unit in the low-density R4 zoning district at 8830 Just Family Road, TMS number 287-00-00361 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the R4 zoning district. The subject property is approximately a half an acre, and the applicant's letter of intent explains the request as proposing to install a new manufactured home within the zoning guidelines. So staff analyzed the properties within 300 feet of the parcel of the proposed for the proposed placement of the manufactured home on August the 1st, 2023, and determined that out of the 25 parcels within a 300-foot radius, 11 were existing single-family residences, 9 were site-built homes, 2 were manufactured housing homes, and then 12 vacant parcels, and 2 special use parcels, a church and a cemetery, were within the 300-foot radius. Based on the findings, the manufactured home ratio of the subject property was 18.18%. So that is the subject property. That is the aerial view of the subject property. And then where you see the blue stars are where the manufactured housing units are on both of those properties contain the 2 manufactured housing units in the 300-foot radius. Again, that is an aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on September 12th, 2023. That is the subject property. So the property at 706 Hughes Road and the property at 710 Just Family Road are the 2 manufactured housing units within the area. That is the property at 708 Hughes Road, which is a single-family residence. That is Just Family Road. This was the site plan that was produced by the applicant. And that is the plat. So staff believes that all 6 of the criteria have been met for this case. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 08-23-00702, a special exception for the placement of a manufactured housing unit in the low-density R4 zoning district at 8830 Just Family Road, TMS number 287-00-00361 in the San Andreas area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, and unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following recommendation by staff. The manufactured home shall comply with all sections of 6.4.24B of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Regulations Ordinance. Are there any questions?
I have a question for you, sir. Is this a flag lot? Because I'm trying to figure out how they're going to get in and out of that.
No, sir. So if you go back to the plat that is in your packet, it is not a flag lot, but it does have an easement.
Okay. Okay.
And the easement is shown here. So if you look to the picture that is toward the right, that is the access.
Okay. And that's on 085, basically, that easement. Well, the easement, okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Downey, back to the site plan, there's all these other properties that go along this winding easement. It looks like a winding easement. Do you know anything about the future of those, or, I mean, is this the beginning of something bigger?
I am not sure, and that might be a better question for the applicant.
Do we know if the applicant owns all these properties, or is it just this one particular property?
I am not sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Okay, very good, Mr. Prelo. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and tell us why we should
Good
approve
afternoon,
this application.
Councilman Chambers. My name is Bobby Prelo. I'm at 1138 Jeffrey Road, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. I want to ask for the variance and a little leniency. The reason for this is because I just recently retired, and I'm under doctor's care. I'm on fixed income, and prior to that, I've been working various locations throughout the country and the state for the government. I worked 45 years. I'm 66 right now, and during a prior tenure, I've been helping my sister with 6 kids, and so I kind of devoted helping her with her kids. And so now I decided to come back home, which is my birthplace, was the James Island. And so this is where I want to reside, and hopefully God allow me that I will die here in my own roof. And so I'm asking for be lenient, and hopefully that I can have the place to live, to say, and be a taxpayer as well. And it's the only thing I can afford at the present time. And I don't have no job no more than my regular retirement pay.
Okay. Mr. Prelo.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about your easement and how do you get to your property and who is in front of you?
No one in front of me, only on the side of me, Mr. Johnny Brown. It's on. If you look at the main road, it shows that his house facing the road.
Can we pull up the aerial, please? There you go.
Hutchins Street, which is, I've said, the Just Family is the title of the street, and the easement is the main road right there on the left side of Mr. Brown's home, and that is my enter and exit. And I am the second lot from the first lot, prior to other lots that next beyond me.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for everything you submitted. Is the Just Family Road, is that a county road, or is that an easement for all of the properties? Are you?
As far as I'm concerned, I know it is the easement for all the other properties adjacent to me.
Is there a family that still lives back there that controls the road and the upkeep of the road? Are you aware of anything
I'm
like that?
assuming Mr. Brown, because all lot other than mine that he gave me belongs to him. I'm assuming.
He gave you the lot?
Yes, sir.
That's outstanding.
Mr. Marchant, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't think I do. I think you're the owner of this one piece of property, correct?
Yeah, half of lot number 2. Yes, sir.
So all the other lots, we don't know what their use is going to be?
It doesn't belong to me, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trudeau, you had a question? No. Anyone on my left? Thank you, Mr. Prelo, for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Yes, please, come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else speak in favor of this application? Anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Okay. Please come forward. I saw her hand. So you speaking against this application?
I am.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes,
and tell us
my
why.
name is Dr. Melody Dover. I am a longtime resident of the community, of the Red Top community.
Your address, please.
645 Hughes Road. It's Johns Island, 29455.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Keep going.
Oh, no problem. And I am also the president of the Red Top Improvement Association. And I said I'm speaking in opposition, but my question was similar to Mr. Marchand, I became aware that this mobile home was coming in. I'm not in opposition to a single mobile home coming in, because the community is a settlement community. Therefore, there are multiple mobile homes, and we understand that a lot of people have not been able to afford homes like others. So I'm not in opposition. The community is not in opposition of that. But my question was that I didn't have an answer to prior to coming here is whether or not, because that's a large piece of property, the Just Road is a large piece of property, and the community was unaware of whether it was a single individual coming in or was this a mobile home park that will eventually be coming in. And so without that answer, I'm here. But if it's an individual coming in to find a place to live, I'm in support of it. But if it's a mobile home park, I and the community is not in favor of it. Thank you.
Hold one moment. Does anyone have a question for this young lady?
I do have a quick one. I'm just not familiar. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not familiar with you call it the Red Top community. Is
Yes.
that a much larger community within a mile? I don't know that area. Can you
The
expand
Red
on?
Top is community is right off of Bees Ferry. Have you heard of Dodge Store? Okay. Well, it's that community right before Dodge Store. It's Hughes Road. Right before, it's right there. It's right off of 17.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
One family dwelling.
One. Yes.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition for this application? Anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening.
One at a time. I'm sorry, one at a time at the podium. Thank you. You'll get your chance to.
Good evening. John Brown, address 708 Hughes Road, Johns Island, South Carolina, 2944. Well, I am the sole owner of the whole property over there, Just Family Road. And I give Mr. Perlow that lot there, assuming he's going to put a house there, because I want to have a family relationship in that road where all house, we can beautify the place. So if I start with one manufactured home and I give the other family something, they might want to call another one. So basically, I really don't want a mobile home sitting right in front of my door, which I have a $600,000 house, 600 square foot. How would that look? I'm looking right at a mobile home in my present, okay? That would decrease my value on my home. And in the surrounding area, right now we have all these beautiful homes coming in here, so we want to try to beautify the area, not decrease it, okay? So that's my point of view behind all of that. I'm not against anybody building a house on Just Family Road so we can beautify the place, okay? But when we start with these manufactured home, mobile home, everybody want to do that, that's just decreased everybody's value. So I would love to have the whole community on Just Family Road with a nice community center, something like that, later on in the future, where we can all gather together and have a good time. That's my project of Just Family Road.
Okay.
Question?
Mr. Brown? Ms. Smalls?
Just for clarification, is this kind of a family enclave back up in there?
Correct. I'm going to make it all family, just family, yes.
Okay, is he part of your family? And
Yes.
Did you sell him the property?
No, he's part of the family too.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's like an heirs property situation or if you
No, it's-
sold him the property.
No, it's not an is property. I give him that. It's just family. I'm going to try to build a communication with family, try to help all family house with a good home in the future, not a manufactured home, something they can build equity in and enjoy for the future, for their kids' future, okay? Because if you put a mobile home or a manufactured home, it's just going to decrease the value. They're going to have nothing when they grow old. Give them something when they grow old, okay?
Mr. Jordan?
So if he was building a regular home, not manufactured, would you be opposed to that?
No, sir. I'd love to have another home right
Well,
there,
I
right
think-
now.
I think I heard him say something close to that this is all he could afford at this time.
Well,
so I started to ask that question. Does that mean he'd like to have something when he can afford it down the road, besides a mobile home?
Well, I believe if they place a mobile home there, there's no intention of building a house later on in the future, okay? So I have no objection against building a home, a stick-built home, even if you start with 1,000 square feet and come up later and add a little more to it, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, just for clarification, Ms. Working, can you pull up the plat? Yeah, there we go. So, Mr. Brown, is your property just below the property, Mr. Prelo's property, is that correct? So you're the house directly below it? Right? That's your home that they're circling on
805. What is it? 085.
Okay, we'll go back.
Right there. You're 085.
083?
083. I think 083. 708 Hughes Road. Which one ever next to that right there? 708, right?
It would be 083.
Okay. Okay, good. So you're 083, and it looks like 367 has a mobile home on it, as well as 082 has a mobile home on it. So you have mobile homes on both sides of your property, correct?
That's correct. That was there before I established this family road. So I can't do nothing what happened in the past.
Sure.
But I'm talking about the present right now.
And
Yes.
so, again, just for my clarification, because in some ways I'm delighted by your story, in other ways I'm sad by the story. But so you've given this property or sold this property to Mr. Prelo, correct?
That's correct.
So he owns the property.
That's correct.
And the rest of the property you own, and your intention is to sell it to other family members and create a series of homes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Prelo about that intention before you sold him the property and share with him that you did not want a mobile home or a manufactured home on the property?
Not exactly. I granted my sister one piece of the parcel, so she's gonna do a house, okay? So anything else going down that road, I own the whole thing. So if anyone, my family member, want a parcel and do a house, I will help them grant them to do a house there so we can beautify the area, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
No, I get it.
Hello, my name is Andrew Brown. I'm John Brown's wife.
Please state your address too for me, please.
708 Hughes Road.
Thank you.
Right there on Johns Island, right next to where he wants to build his
Yes, ma'am.
mobile home. But that whole property line is ours on. Even in the back, he's been cleaning it out. He says he's going to build a facility back there for gathering, a community center for gathering for family and friends. So to enter in, there's only one way in at this moment and one way out. So we wanted to make sure it looked at beautiful going in and coming out. And we also have on that road now, we have a subdivision of $200 to $300 homes, maybe $400,000 homes now, $600,000 homes in that community now. So, and I don't think they would like to also see the depreciation of a mobile home there. And our house is right beside it, so as y'all seen, I'm kind of opposed of it as well.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Do we have anyone on my left that has a question for Ms. Brown? Do we have anyone on my right? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brown, thank you for your testimony. I'm just going to ask the same question to you that I asked your husband. Did you discuss with Mr. Prelo any restrictions on the property, type of home?
Yeah, no, I had no idea that he actually gave this to him, or I would have discussed what we planning on doing with it.
Mr.
So-
Prelo was not, he was not under the impression that he was limited by the type of home he could put there.
Yeah, no, I didn't have no idea that he, I know his sister is here, that he sold her a piece of property. She's going to build a house on it, and someone else was going to build another house on it, on another property he has there. So that's why he named the street just Family himself.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
So maybe I need to interject. And I try not to do this, but I need to clarify for the audience. There are certain requirements in terms of how many mobile homes can be in a certain area. And if the criteria for that is met, the board does not control what is put on the property. So this board does not have authority to force Mr. Prelo to put a stick-built home on that property. So I just need that to be clear.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your testimony. Do we have,
Mr. Chairman, just one clarification. The regulation is 25%, and right now it's at 18%.
Yes, sir.
So to Mr. Yuji's point, right now, the area supports or doesn't support based on the regulation. I just want to be clear.
You're evaluating the criteria of whether or not a manufactured home could be placed on this lot. That's it.
So it can.
Whether or not. Yes, whether or not it meets the variance test. I'm sorry, whether or not it meets the special exception criteria. That's
So,
it.
I understand that, but the criteria is the 18% meets the criteria. Is that
It's up to 25%.
up to 25?
Up to 25%. So
Up to.
to help
Thank you.
clarify a
It
little
can't
bit.
exceed.
Cannot exceed 25%.
Correct.
Thank you.
To help clarify, when we were doing the radius, if there were one more mobile home in the 300-foot radius, we would not be here tonight because it would have met the 300-foot, the 25% within the 300-foot radius.
Mr. Truslow, did that answer your question?
I think so, but I had one more maybe for Mr. UG with a capable lawyer that he is. Could somebody, if they didn't want to have mobile homes, do a restrictive, could they have done a restrictive deed when they sold the property?
You can put restrictions in terms of an HOA or certain covenants on the property.
And
So Mr. Brown could have sold the property with legal restrictions on it, or transferred it with legal restrictions on it. If he did not, and I'm not giving you legal advice, sir, but if he did not, then this board cannot enforce, and actually, those things would not be in this board's preview anyway. So,
Mr. Neal, you had a question? Mr. Neal, you? Okay. Mr. Marchant?
Just a question about maybe future speculation. If 25% is the maximum, and this is the last property that pretty much gets us to 25%, if that's correct. So effectively, this would be the last, if approved, this would be the last manufactured home in this area allowed. Or the current property owner could restrict the rest of the property, and assuming he still owns the rest of the property, and also keep manufactured homes in that area too, right? So, I mean, this would not create more manufactured homes along Just Family Road, if approved. I mean, is that a true statement?
So the way it works is if they reach the 25%, we can approve it administratively. So it wouldn't come to the board.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But the radius is going to change depending on where the parcel is. So it's not always going to hook up the 3 if this one were to be approved. I think Mr. Hughes is saying, like, you can approve or disapprove the mobile home, but we can't mandate that he built something else.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's clear.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this application. You might want to pull that mic down just a little bit so we can hear you. Thank you.
The name is Lucinda Judon. The address is 3422 Rivers Avenue. I am the applicant that are building on Just Family Road, and Johnny Brown also is my brother. I agree with Johnny Brown. I mean, there are other mobile homes around way before he built the house that he has. And I agree that a mobile home after a mobile home after a mobile home will take away the beauty and the reason why he doesn't want any mobile home in that area. There are lots of beautiful homes that are being built in that area, and I feel as though that also will take away. And I understand that there is not affordable places for resident with mobile homes, but putting a mobile home one after the other will take away the value of the land that I would like to have to see a very beautiful community right there. So I also was born and raised on Johns Island, but not that part of Johns Island. So I know what it is to have mobile home all over the place. So I oppose of the mobile home.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Anyone on my left has a question? Anyone on my right? Thank you so very much for your time tonight. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Mr. Prelo, you have the right of rebuttal. So you can come forward. You're limited to 2 minutes to rebut any of this information that we've heard tonight, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please state your name and address again for the record.
Thank you. My name again is Bobby Prelo. I'm at 1138 Jeffrey Road, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. In addition to most of the comment that Mr. Brown made, not completely accurate, prior to he gave me the property, I told him about my condition and my living standard, and he said, you come at the right time because I got a spot for you. And after he gave me the property, then he asked me, you got a place, a house or either a trailer you can put on there? I said, well, I'm looking for it because it's hard to own a regular home. So I said, I'm going to look various places because I already have been like Bruford, Ravenel, other places to look for land and a home to live. And so finally I was told about a place in Barno where is a gentleman who sells double wide mobile home almost next to a modular home. And so I went there, and then later on he asked me, did you find one? I said, yes. So he and I and another gentleman, we went to Barno, and we looked at several double wide home instead of a mobile. And we talked to the owner who owns it, Mr. Fred Ravenel, who's the owner of the mobile homes. And so we went to two of them, and one of them he selected, why don't you get this one? I said, well, no, man, it's a little too long because I don't like the color. And then it was another one, had the same similarity color as his house, which is beige and brown. And I said, I kind of like this much better. But he said, no, man, get your money worth on a larger one, which is like 12 feet more longer than the usual. And then I found out later that is a stipulation in the requirement of this corner that I only could put the average size modular home in there, which is 28 by 40 or give or take. I'm not accurate. But then when I talking, he said, well, we can extend you to 50 by 50 so you'll be able to put your double wide in this location. So that's what I did. And I went to Mr. Fred, and I told him, I give him all the information.
Okay, Mr. Prelo, I have to stop you because your time. No, that's all right. Your time has expired. Maybe any one of these board members might have a question for you. Anyone on my left? have a question for Mr. Prelo? Anyone on my right?
I just want clarification.
Yes, sir.
Who was in that original meeting with you at the mobile home, at the manufactured home place? You said Mr. Brown was with you?
Mr. Brown and another gentleman, we went looking because I was told there was a location where that sells.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure you said Mr. Brown was part of that meeting.
Yes, sir.
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me see if anyone else has a question. Thank you, Mr. Prelo, for your
Thank you, sir.
testimony tonight. Okay? So at this time, the case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions for staff? Any discussion? Very well. I need a motion to either approve or deny this particular application 00702. Ms. Smalls?
In the matter of BZA case 08230072, I make a motion that we approve this application. This case is somewhat similar to a case that we've had before that came out of Mount Pleasant, and I don't know if some of you on the board remember that. And I think Attorney Hughes laid out the facts appropriately. In terms of the community, we heard a lot about the sort of more elegant homes that have come to the area. I'm quite familiar with it, and I think those people are buying properties based on what is already there, and so that's not a factor that we can consider. So I make a motion that we approve this application. Number one, it is consistent with the recommendations contained in the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan and the character of the underlying zoning district as indicated in the zoning district description. Number two, it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Number three, adequate provision is made for such items such as setbacks, buffering, including fencing and or landscaping to protect adjacent properties from the possible adverse influences of the proposed use, such as noise, vibration, dust, glare, odor, traffic congestion, and similar factors. Number four, where applicable, will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate any important natural features. Number five, it complies with all the applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, or site plan review requirements of this ordinance. And number six, vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered. Also, as part of this request for approval, including the staff's recommendation number one, I think they have one recommendation here. The manufactured home shall comply with section 6.4.24B of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Ordinance County Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance. Pardon me.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Marchant. Any discussion?
I would like to comment. I don't question at all the good faith. I'm sure everybody has acted in good faith, and especially the people that oppose the application. However, the lesson to learn, I think, is that if you wish to restrict someone's free use of the property, you have to do so by way of a deed, have a deed restriction, and it just wasn't done in this case. Again, I don't think anybody's acting in bad faith, but there's a right way to do it, and there's so we're bound by the law, and hope everybody understands. Thank you.
Very well done, Mr. Truslow. Any other questions or comments? Questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. It carries. Mr. Prelo, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations. Good night, sir. All right. Our next case is case BZA 0823-00703. It'll be done by Mr. Downing again.
The applicant and property owners Joshua and Stacy Baker are requesting a variance to reduce the 50-foot OCRM Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management critical line setback and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer for 3 existing unpermitted detached structures at 720 Sunny Boy Lane, TMS number 282-0000227 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the rural residential RR zoning district. More specifically, the applicant's request is for a variance for the 3 unpermitted detached structures as following: to reduce the 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 15 feet to 35 feet at the closest point for a swimming pool, to reduce the 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 30 feet to 20 feet, and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 15 feet to 20 feet at the closest point for a poolside area, and to reduce the 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 45 feet to 5 feet, and to reduce the 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 30 feet to 5 feet at the closest point for a patio. The subject property is 1.15 acres. The original home is legal non-conforming because it was constructed in 1994 prior to the adoption of the OCRM critical line setback buffer in 2001. The swimming pool that was constructed in 2013 per Charleston County records. The home was destroyed by a tornado in September 2015, and permits were issued in December of 2015 to rebuild the home in the same non-conforming footprint. The existing structure that requires a variance was constructed by the previous homeowner before the Bakers when they purchased the property in 2021. So that is the definition and standards for the RR zoning district.
I apologize. Could you repeat that last sentence you just read? Ended in 2021.
The existing structures that require variances were constructed by the previous homeowners before the Bakers purchased the property in 2021. That is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property. So, over the next few slides, I will be showing the aerial views that are on the Charleston County GIS, beginning with the aerial view in 2001. The one to the right is with the one that was done in 2009. And if I'm going too fast, please tell me to slow down. The one on the left was in 2012. The one to the right was in 2015. The one to the left was in 2017. To the right was in 2019. The aerial in 2001 that was done in March of 2021, and the Bakers purchased the property on April 26, 2021. And the one to the right is the one that was done recently in the last few months for 2023. So staff did conduct its site visit on the 12th of September. So here's the subject property, the swimming pool in the poolside area, the patio in the poolside area. So the patio and poolside area again, that is from the view of the OCRM, the swimming pool. The existing single-family residence. That is Sunny Boy Lane. That is the site plan. And the plat. So as far as the criteria are concerned, staff believes that criteria 1 has been met, criteria 2 has been met, it meets criteria 3, it may meet criteria 4, it meets criteria 5, it meets criteria 6, and it may meet criteria 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 08-23-00703 a variance to reduce the 50-foot OCRM critical line setback and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM buffer for the 3 existing unpermitted detached structures at 720 Sunny Boy Lane, TMS number 28200000227 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. The applicant shall obtain all necessary permits for the structures, and the variance approval is for the existing swimming pool, poolside area, and patios only. Any questions?
Okay. Oh, Mr. Neal's been hot and heavy today. We're going to go with you, Mr. Nelson.
All right, Mr. Downey, the only question that I think I have at the moment, pending the applicants and I'm sure the neighbor's testimony based upon the letter that's been received, in 2015, when the house was destroyed by the tornado and rebuilt, is there any particular reason why the county didn't require these variances at that time?
That I do not know.
Great question.
We were not, well, the permits were never pulled, and then the house was rebuilt in the structure. It is my belief that when staff did the permitting, that the aerial views were not the 2015 aerial views to show what was currently on the property, and they did not catch it at that time at the staff administrative level to say, hey, there is something unpermitted at this time. Zoning staff does not go out to look at structures that are on properties. And I believe at the time of the aerial view that was done in 2015, it was done after the permits were pulled. So the aerial view that they were looking at the time was the 2012 aerial view that did not show the pool on the property at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marchant.
To follow up on that question, so when plans are submitted for permit, which is not your department, I understand that, site plans are required, I assume, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But are you suggesting the site plan did not include the pool and any accessory?
That is my estimation of the situation, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Neal?
So following up on Mr. Nelson's question, there was what permits were pulled in this series of events? Were there no permits whatsoever done?
So there were no permits pulled for the pool or for the patio, none of the accessory dwellings, the accessory structures.
If there was no permits, so then how did we get to the point we're at tonight? Is there modifications going? I'm sure the applicant will pull up, but
Yeah, I think what happened is that they pulled permits to fix the structure in 2015 after the tornado.
Okay.
And then this is my theory. And then sometime after that, just kept going and built the pool, built the other structures.
But I mean, how did we find out?
Yeah,
I'll just hold my question for the applicant,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to understand from a
Yeah.
staff standpoint, how did did the county notify the current owners? Because just for change of title, we wouldn't have found out. It would have been, they have to modify something or redo the pool and new permits are being pulled and they go, uh-oh, now we're in the critical line, right?
Right.
Okay, I'll hold it for the applicant. Thank you.
I'm going to let Mr. Huger, you good? You good? All right, Mr. Marchant.
Mr. Chairman, because Mrs. Working mentioned the pool being built, my understanding of the timeline, my mic never works very well, just for the record. Oh, man, I tell you what. My understanding of the timeline is the original home was built in 94. The pool was constructed in 2013. So prior to the tornado took out the house was reconstructed
Without permits.
on the existing foundations, but the pool was already there at that point. So right? Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a hard thing to understand because building would have been going out there doing inspections on
Right.
the home. Like, how did they not see the pool?
That's what I
don't have an answer for that.
And I'm assuming, and this may be less for staff and more for real estate professionals or attorneys, that when we sell property in Charleston County, we don't have to provide all this information, apparently, which is interesting to me.
Better go put your foot on it. All right. Any more questions of staff? That was a gut punch, Mr. Marchand, okay? Us professionals, okay? I heard you. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
My name is, my name is Josh Baker, and I live at 720 Sunny Boy Lane with my wife, Stacy Baker. My wife and I greatly appreciate the time of the board today. We purchased this home in 2021, utilizing reputable realtors, and had both a home inspection and a pool inspection completed. No deficiencies or any unpermitted builds were noted at that time. In addition, the unpermitted items were not disclosed to us during the purchase of the home. Moreover, the prior occupant was a pool builder, and so we had no reason to suspect that they would have built the pool or adjacent structures without a permit. We did not become aware of any of these items until 2 years after purchasing our home when we discovered a red tag on our door. We immediately called Mr. Chenoweth and discussed with him and began the process of the variance request and becoming compliant with the county, and that has remained our goal throughout. We would simply like to enjoy the home we bought. The property is incredibly unique in its location, and because of this results in great proximity to the water that was not accounted for in the law when originally built. My wife and I strongly believe that we meet all 7 requirements for a variance in this matter. There are extraordinary circumstances surrounding this unique property given its location and status as a legal non-conforming home. We did not build any of these items, nor do we have any plans for any expansion or additional builds. Strict application of these ordinances and having to remove these items would result in a large financial burden, significantly diminish the property value of our home, and greatly restrict our use of the home as a house in itself, as it's located within the buffer zone. The items do not negatively affect any of our neighbors in any way and do not limit their view or serve as an encumbrance on them. We love our home and would be very thankful to keep it as it is. It's our great hope that this variance be granted, and I thank you again for your time and would be happy to answer any questions you got in my behalf.
Okay, thank you. You'll probably get a round of questions, but I think you hit the nail on the head that you bought the house from a pool installer.
Yes, sir.
And for me, it's clear as day what happened. What happened is you probably had I won't speculate or gut punch anybody, but any board member have a question that we already know the answer to? Mr. Jordan, I'm going to get Mr. Jordan started, and I'll come back that way.
You say somebody stuck a red thing on your door?
Yeah, it was a citation, sir. So, and I was.
Well, how did they find out about it?
So they found out too because they were inspecting the neighbor.
The neighbor?
Yes, sir.
And then that led to you?
Correct, and I'm happy to speak to that probably in the rebuttal, given the the.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Truslow?
I had a couple of questions. Did you, when you purchased your house, your home,
Yes,
for
sir.
yourself and your wife, I assume it was important for you to have a survey?
We bought this home during the period of COVID and towards the tail end when there was no homes available. We tried to attempt to get the survey, but the time was going to be about 3 to 4 months, and we would have lost the real estate deal at that time. So they gave us and promised us in the real estate deal a survey at the closing, which they gave us. But no, we were not able to get a survey at that time, and we weren't able to close the real estate deal. We went through USAA. They didn't require a survey at the time, so we secured the home, or we were going to be, living in an apartment for a while.
Okay. Have you had a survey since then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It appears that you're closer to the marsh. The OCRM central line is your proposal would be reduced by 30%, 33%, and 90% respectively. Is that correct?
I didn't follow that. I'm sorry.
All right. You were asking that the OCRM critical line, the buffer, be reduced, correct?
We were
That
we
your
were
variance
asking what
request?
was requested on our door. So yes, I guess we're asking for those footage for the existing structures that are there.
I think it comes up to 90% for one. But that leads into another question, and I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
No survey. Did you have title? And I'm not trying to inquire about your personal affairs or financial affairs, but did you get a mortgage?
Yes.
All right. Did you get title insurance?
Yes.
Did anybody come out and look to see whether this would be a covered event, non-covered event?
That I don't know. I assume they, USA is a pretty reputable bank. I assume, they went out there to pursue that, I guess.
Okay. When you went
VA loan. So whatever the VA loan would do in that.
When you went to a closing, did anybody say, did they provide you with any exceptions, or do you know anything that would affect title? Usually, I'm asking because I think usually when you purchase property, they're going to say you'd be covered for title insurance for matters of record, or capable of, you don't know?
I don't know that answer. I apologize.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have any other questions? Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is for staff, probably more than for the applicant, but just to confirm, the original home in 94 was built prior to this setback being in place, correct?
That's correct.
So technically, the original home was conforming at the time?
Correct.
Okay. And so when it was rebuilt, technically it was conforming when it was rebuilt?
Yes, when the home was rebuilt, if there's a legal non-conforming structure, the ZLDR allows the home to be rebuilt in the exact same footprint.
So, okay, thank you.
I had one more question.
Go ahead, let him talk. Okay, go ahead.
Have you talked to the person who sold you the house about the predicament he's put you in?
Not yet.
You have not yet? Or you have?
Not yet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify and make sure I understand that you have not done anything to modify the house. You've not done anything to add additional structures to the house. You haven't increased the patio. You haven't increased the pool. This is basically a non-conforming product that you bought. This is not as a result of anything you have done.
Yes, sir.
So you're doing everything you can to try to bring it into conforming, even though you are asking, or your application is for a great reduction of the critical line, but that's all because of where the pool stands within the location of that critical line and the rest of your house, correct?
Yes, sir. We have not expanded outside of that footprint at all.
Right. And there's no plans for you to expand or modify those things?
No.
You don't happen to have a site plan of anything already? I didn't see it in your package, but...
I submitted the survey there.
The survey is on there? Okay,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
pull that up. All right, that's good. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Definitely appreciate your time being here. Sorry the circumstances have led you down this path, but I just have one question about the survey that was done by A.W. Schwacky.
Sure.
And it's really quite a simple question, but did OCRM review the critical line
Yes.
at that time and approve the critical line, and that's
Yes.
their stamp on the plat?
And I have the survey from the previous occupant, and those lines are the same.
Okay, that's all that I have.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Case closed to public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff, discussion? Okay. So
Staff just wants to state for the record, because I did not in the application, that there was one letter sent in opposition.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to either. Yes, sir.
Obviously, there's no rebuttal, right?
Doesn't need to.
Just that letter that we,
But I did hear him say he had something else to say.
no,
When I asked the question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know if another board member.
He said he was hoping to rebut what was said.
I was hoping to rebut what had been sent by Mike Taylor on Friday.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I didn't
don't
give
know
you
if that's
that privilege.
necessary or
I didn't
that's-
give you that privilege. I am now granting you that privilege.
Yeah, the opposition letter said that there were other violations on the property.
Yeah.
So if you could respond to that.
I would love to. And I know it's limited time, so I not only have limited time for the response, so I'm going to go and briefly try and give context to what has unfortunately become a neighborly dispute at this point. Approximately 6 months ago, Mike Taylor started building a fire hazard directly outside of our home. He was building a wood-burning sauna that was going to emit smoke directly at our house and was building it directly adjacent to a wood line and approximately 10 feet from our 250-pound buried propane tank that supplies our home. Placing this was dangerous and a fire hazard that Taylors have even acknowledged later in writing. I explained to Mike that my wife and I were uncomfortable with this. He said that he had already put $1,000 in his project and he was going to finish it. The next day I called the county, not to get Mike fined or have them come tear down the structure, but to express my concern and ask if this was legal. The county's response was simply, we'll send somebody out to take a look. Within the same 24 hours, we had placed a nicely worded letter in their mailbox requesting that they consider placement somewhere else. They acknowledged that it was a fire hazard and said that they would move it. The following day, I called the county twice and told them that there was no need to come out and that the Taylors had decided not to build the wood-burning sauna. I had even emphasized that coming out would likely create bad feelings among the neighbors. However, the county came out, as they previously said, for an inspection. They deemed his build to be illegal and he was instructed to stop. We did not enjoy the newfound tension with the neighbor, but we were very thankful for the county stepping in to stop what was an obvious fire hazard. Only after this interaction have the Taylors taken any issue with the structures on our property that had been constructed up to 10 years prior. Mike Taylor has even gone so far as to call our surveyor to demand that they change the critical area line that had been determined by the county twice. He has now decided to make multiple accusations on the specifics of our property and has many false statements listed there that are easily refuted by review of county website data. Without taking up too much time, I just want to highlight the chief ones below. The pool was built and finished in 2013 as per county records, not 2015 as Mike Taylor is claiming. I have a photo from the pool builder's Instagram with the date noted showing the finished pool and barbecue area in 2013. The picture he's listed is from where the tornado had hit our home previously. His statement that it was not finished in 2015 is false. The critical area line was determined by county inspection and is listed on the required survey. It is identical to previous surveys of our property and virtually identical to our adjacent northern neighbor. The critical area line is well defined and not indeterminate in contrast to Mike Taylor's statement. The putting green is not impervious, as Mike Taylor claims. It is water permeable and below it is sand and dirt. Hard structure was removed by previous occupant. Mike Taylor is incorrect on this issue. Charleston Electric installed the Generac and services it annually. It is not a fire risk, as Mike Taylor is claiming. The retaining wall absolutely serves a protected function for this home and absolutely prevents erosion. Removing it would cause damage to our home, and Mike Taylor, living next door and being familiar with the same tides, knows this. The theme throughout all of Mike Taylor's complaint is that he refuses to recognize that our house is unique and within the buffer zone itself. When we step off our back porch, we are in the buffer zone. Strict application of the code would result in the absence of a backyard and even part of a side yard and would dramatically affect our living and significantly drop the value of our home. We believe Mike remains angry at the county for stopping his building and blames us for contacting them. We ask that you consider the motive behind his response when making a decision in this case, and thank you again very much for your time.
All right. Thank you once again for your testimony, sir. Does anybody have a question regarding that testimony that he read? Okay. Thank you so very much, sir. All right. Once again, this case is closed to the public. Any more general comments, concerns from the board, questions to staff?
I got a comment, but I'll wait.
Okay, let me start down here with Mr. Jordan, and I'll come to you, sir, please.
This is for the staff. The gentleman's name that he mentioned that's upset with him, has he made any effort to contact with y'all?
Taylor.
Besides the letter that was sent, I'm not aware of any.
Thank you.
Mr. Neal.
I just want to thank the applicant for, it sounds like we've got the perfect storm of a lot of issues out there, and he's trying to clean up a mess. And I applaud applicants that take the time to do what they're doing. And it seems like even when he was trying to do the right thing, then he got another issue thrown in front of him with the neighbor and other things. So I want to thank the applicant for doing what you do. I'm going to be supporting some type of motion here if one is put forth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions, comments, concerns? Very good. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to either approve or deny. Anybody want to?
Before we go there, one of the things that concerns me is the consequences or the repercussions if somebody, these folks who are the applicants, are not at fault in causing the problem they're facing. I'm sure they wish they'd gotten a survey and done some other things if there were exigent circumstances, but I'm worried about the impact of condoning somebody else's bad behavior that's not here, and whether there would be a recourse. And I don't know whether that's something that we can talk about, but somebody does something that may not be acceptable, and then they sell and gone, and there's never a consequence, and the public's forced to deal with the consequences.
I think, Mr. Truslow, each case stands on its own merit, and it's done. We do cases on case-by-case study and evaluations. So, yes, it could hold some weight, but each case holds its own weight.
All right. Then the second thing, and maybe this is more for our attorney, but when a variance is in the nature of is equitable relief to a large degree, and in order to obtain equity, you have to have done equity. You have to. I think the law says acting with clean hands. How do we deal with that?
So, excuse me. I understood all your questions, particularly your comments to the applicant about the purchase process. What you have to understand is there are hundreds of transactions every day that rely on existing surveys. So it's more likely than not that they were not required to get a current survey. And the issue of title insurance protects the applicant if there's a claim that that there's an issue with the title, the chain of title. So some of those things would not actually be appropriate unless Mr. and Mrs., and I forgot your last name, sir, Dr. and your wife, Baker, were making a claim or someone made a claim against them as relates to the title of the property. So unfortunately, in the real estate part, and I'm not attacking my partner here, the agent, and myself as an attorney who does closings, there are unfortunately a lot of opportunities because you could have, as was mentioned here, you could have a survey that does not show the actual encroachment. So there, it's unfortunate what has happened to Dr. and Mrs. Baker, but it happens a lot, particularly in neighborhoods where, in fact, there's an existing plat where some developer has made lots fairly small. And in this instance, I really do think that, and this, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think the Bakers do have some claim, but it's probably not. I mean, you're going to be throwing money after chasing someone who's gone. So I'm not giving you legal advice, but a lot of things that you mentioned would protect them, but not in this scenario. So,
all right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Can I have this motion now? To approve?
I'm happy to make a motion if you need.
Please move forward.
I do want to clarify with staff that these setbacks reduction from 30 to 20, 45 to 5, and the 30 to 30, the ones in the application, those are the minimum that they need to have, right? I mean, this is
yes, sir. So
it's
that's
measured to the patio.
Yes, sir. So that's why in all of the staff's verbiage it says at the closest point.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm ready to move forward then. So case BZA 08-23-00703, variance request for 3 existing unpermitted detached accessory structures. I will make a motion to approve all 3 variances. The first to reduce the required 50 feet OCRM critical line setback by 15 feet to 35 at the closest point for a swimming pool. The second variance request of which to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 30 feet to 20 feet and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 15 feet to 20 feet at the closest point for a poolside area. And the third variance request to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 45 feet to 5 feet, and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 30 feet to 5 feet at the closest point for a patio. I feel that it meets all 7 of the criteria for zoning variances, the first of which, number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property. We heard testimony from Mr. Baker to this exact point. This is exceptional conditions, and that occurred in the sale of property, including tornado on rebuilds. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to the other property in the vicinity. Again, there's nothing in this area like this that we're dealing with on these major OCRM setback lines. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Everything's already there. He's not building any new structures. He's not modifying any structures. He's testified to that point. This is simply because it's non-conforming. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting of the variance. Once again, we've heard testimony. This is already in place, so there won't be any change. This is historically all the way back to 2013. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district to extend physically a non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably if a zoning variance is granted shall not be considered grounds for granting a variance. He's not trying to, the testimony is where he's not trying to change anything. He's just trying to bring it up to conforming status. Criteria number 6 is met. The need for the variance is not a result of the applicant's own actions. I mean, this is nothing more clearly stated than his testimony. And criteria number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. Everything is fully compliant, and again, he's just trying to bring it up into conforming use. And we need more applicants to bring projects like this, to bring them into conforming use. So I wholeheartedly support this, and looking for a second.
Hold on one moment. The other 2 conditions as well, please, sir.
The conditions for, please include the staff comments. I don't have those in front of me, but I will in just a second.
Just need to say it.
There we go. Yes, please include the staff comments, which will include, number 1, the applicant should obtain all necessary permits for the structures. And comment number 2, this variance approval is only for the existing swimming pool, poolside area, and the patio only. Well, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no. Okay, we got a second from Mr. Jordan. Any discussion, questions? Okay, I see none. Therefore, at this time, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Congratulations. So, right? Congratulations, your application has been approved, and within 10 business days, staff will contact you on the next steps in the process, okay? Thank you so very much. Good night. All right, let's move forward. Our next case is BZA 08-23-00704. And that will be done by Ms. Working.
Yes. The applicant, Wesley D. Linker of Charleston County Public Works, is requesting a variance to remove a grand tree and encroach more than 25% of the protected area of 2 grand trees for the proposed Phillips Community Drainage Improvement Project at 1680 Highway 41, 2954 Elijah Smalls Road, and 2933 Bobo Road. And that's TMS numbers 583-00028, 583-294, and 583-331 in the east area of Charleston County. In 2021, Charleston County adopted the Phillips community as a locally designated historic district that covers roughly 420 acres. The applicant applied for a zoning permit in October 2021 for proposed improvements to the existing drainage canal. To date, they have not submitted a site plan review application for the project, but will be required to complete site plan review before the project commences. The applicant received a certificate of historic appropriateness from the Charleston County Historic Preservation Commission on August 16th, 2023 for this project. Let's see what's got. This is the, oh, I'm sorry. It's really hard to see, I apologize, but there, where the subject property line leaders are, that's the subject property. So you have two in brown in the northern area, and then the one in blue, which is the plan development zoning. This is the ordinance requirements. This is probably a little bit easier to see, is the 3 properties on the aerial photo. This is the sign that was posted. We posted it on the 14th of September. This is the tree they would like to remove, a 24-inch grand live oak, and the 24-inch DBH grand live oak they plan to encroach. And then this is the 30-inch DBH grand live oak, and they would like to encroach that. These are just a couple of pictures of the drainage canal, and then the project plans. So on this plan, you can see the 24-inch, that location on the sheet, and then the 24-inch they would like to encroach is also on this sheet, and the 30-inch live oak is on this sheet, and that's the one that's located in the area that I showed in blue. This is the easement for track 3 and 16. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, and that it meets 5. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the request. Also, just a reminder with trees that you can, you don't have to approve all of them if you don't want to. If you do choose to approve the application, we have a couple conditions we're suggesting. 1, prior to zoning permit approval and project commencement, the applicant shall apply for and complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 24-inch DBH grand live oak tree by either submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR. Or C, a combination of A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. And 3, if any of the grand oak or the grand trees requested for encroachment, that's the 24-inch live oak and 30-inch live oak, dies within 3 years of the installation of completion of the project, the applicant shall mitigate the tree or trees by either submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement, by depositing funds into the tree fund as described in section 926 of the ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. And again, the mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. 4, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the zoning ordinance. And 5, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. Any questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Marchant.
This is probably not pertinent necessarily to this case, but this is the second time we've had a public works case. Last month we had a Charleston Water Systems main water line. Now we're looking at drainage.
Yeah, this might be the first public works case we've had in a long time.
Well, but let's call Charleston Water Systems a public works case,
okay.
For lack of a better term. Is the county moving at some point to a place where these kind of things are not part of BZA?
Yeah, we're working on it.
It's
just not, they want to move forward with the project, so it's not, the legislative actions take much longer than even this.
So there's some change in the works?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead. Anyone else have a question? Yes, sir.
Just one quick one, Chairman. I'm trying to understand, I'm fine with all of it, from a standpoint of procedural wise, but I'm trying to understand how, so the applicant is CPW, not the county.
No, it's the county public works.
So how
He
are
was,
we-
he was
how are we
referencing
telling-
one from last month.
Yeah, so how is the county telling the county to hire an arborist? How is the county telling them if the tree dies?
They have different budgets.
So you're putting money in the left hand, I mean, the left pocket, and gonna turn around and put it in the right pocket.
That's what I was just thinking. So
That's right.
So from a procedure standpoint, because we're under this current situation, that we have to include this as part of the approval process, if it's granted approval, to make sure that the money's allocated to treat it just like whether the applicant is a homeowner or the applicant is the county. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Yeah. I noticed a little.
I didn't mean to interrupt you on that, but it's just. All right, is the applicant, come on, the applicant's present.
With your questions, I'm scared to say anything. So, the Phillips Community Drainage Project's been around for 8-10 years. We're upsizing culverts under.
I'm sorry, you have
sorry,
to state your name and address. for the record.
Wes Linker, Charleston County Public Works, Technical Programs Manager, 4045 Bridgeview. 4045 Bridgeview.
You don't stay there, man. You don't stay here.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I guess give us an address.
He did.
He did.
The
Go
Phillips Community
ahead.
Drainage Project is a project that's been around for 8-10 years. We got funding through the ARPA funds for a couple of years, 18 months ago or so. The project is to increase culvert sizes under a couple of roads and then improve an existing drainage canal that has silted in over time. I went with Kyle, our arborist. We walked the site. The two trees that we want to encroach closer to the trunk of the tree. Those trees are doing a great job of stabilizing the side of that bank, and we want to keep them there. We don't want to remove them. We want to take care and work with Kyle to make sure that we don't damage those trees. The one tree that we do have to remove is right in the middle of a maintenance shelf that is needed to be removed so that we can continue to do perpetual maintenance on this system.
I'm sorry, I was reading. Okay. Thank you. Does any board member have a question? Okay. Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Okay, we have someone coming up now. Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jonathan Ford. I live at 2906 Canyon Lane, Mount Pleasant, in the Phillips community. And we've been fighting for this project for, it seemed like, the last 15 or 20 years. In the last 30 years or so, drainage is just crazy. Places flood now that never flooded before, because with all the new subdivisions, they elevate, and so then all the water runoff comes on our property. About 3 years ago, I tore down an old house and put one of those dreaded manufactured homes there. And I spent $10,000 in just dirt to re-elevate the site, and I still need more full dirt. So this drainage project would be a great thing for us. Like I said, we've been fighting for this for the last 15, 20 years, and they've probably spent more money on just surveys than if they had just gotten and done it. So we would actually approve this because it would be in the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Hold on one moment. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Does anyone?
One comment.
Okay.
And Mr. Ford, I've had to attend a lot of county council meetings, as have you, and I just want to applaud you for the many times you stood in front of county council trying to support this particular project.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Okay, coming right up. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application, please, sir.
Fred Smalls. I live at 2959 Elijah Smalls Road in the Phillips community. The Drainage Improvement Program has long been in the making for our community, and it is definitely needed in our community. Because of all the development around our community, all the runoff from the subdivisions now flow into the old drainage system, and it is no longer adequate to support that. So all of the runoff now overflows from the ditch and goes onto our property, causing flooding. A lot of the places where we used to plant crops, we can no longer use it because it's flooded. So our community, we are in full support of this drainage project, and we're hoping that this board will go on and approve it.
Okay, hold on one moment, please, sir. Does anyone have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Richard Habersham. I live at 2938 Bennett Charles Road. The ditch that we're talking about runs right alongside of my property. And on the other side on Bull Road, it runs along my niece's property. And like Mr. Small said, we have a flooding problem. So to improve this ditch, it would be a help to everybody, not just me or my niece, but Mr. Smalls live on the other end. He got, when it rains, he got a pond in his yard. So this project is needed. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This application is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general questions? Very good. Then at this time, I'd like to get a motion to either approve or deny case 00704. Anyone? Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve BZA case number BZA 0823000704. I find that the variance request meets all 7 criteria necessary to grant this variance. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property. The county has spent an extensive amount of time studying this particular drainage issue and has developed a solution that is that the community supports and that will be a benefit to the community. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, the existing ditch is unique to the parcels included with this application, and it would be impossible to avoid the impacts to the trees to stay within the location of the existing ditch and improve drainage in that area. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 2 or 3, these conditions, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. I believe that the county would be unable to make these drainage improvements if this variance is not granted, so we meet that criterion. Criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. We have received testimony from the neighborhood that this will be of great benefit to their community, so we clearly meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow an establishment of a use that is not otherwise permitted. We clearly meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. I believe in the applicant has stated that the canal appears in maps dating back to 1875. So this is an improvement upon a ditch that has been in place for a long time. So we meet that criterion. And for criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. We meet that criterion as well. In making this motion, I would recommend that we include all 5 of the conditions stipulated by staff in their report.
All right, and I'll add the second on that, Mr. Jordan, this time, okay? But thank you. I know you're going to get it in. I know you were. I was depending on you. So any questions? Any comments? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Well, it is a unanimous. Congratulations, sir. The application's been approved. You'll get information from yourself, letting you know exactly what's going on. But you know how staff works with that. So very good. I'm just trying to be funny.
I'll walk it down the hall.
Yeah, just walk it down the hall. Okay. We're moving quite along. Our next Case is BZA 0823-00705.
Okay. This is also a public works case. The applicants are Wesley D. Linker and Riska Dees of Charleston County Public Works. They're requesting a variance to remove a grand tree and to encroach more than 25% of the protected area of a grand tree for the proposed Woodland Shores Road Drainage Improvement Project, and request to encroach more than 25% of the protected area of 2 grand trees for the proposed Woodland Shores Road Sidewalk Project at 477 and 448 and 518 Woodland Shores Road. And that's TMS numbers 343-1638, 343-1194, and 343-1649 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject properties and adjacent properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The properties back up to parcels that are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. And this is just the zoning ordinance requirements, the aerial photo that shows the 3 properties in question where the trees are located. A photo of the sign that was posted on September 12th. And this is the tree they're asking to remove for the drainage improvement project, 32-inch grand live oak. And the tree they'd like to encroach, a 43-inch grand southern red oak tree for the drainage improvement project. This is the sign for the sidewalk, and this is the tree they like to encroach, one of the trees, the 35-inch grand live oak tree, and this is the 45-inch grand live oak tree. And again, this is an encroachment tree. And just a couple photographs of Woodland Shores. This sheet shows the drainage improvement plan, and you can see the 2 trees. The bigger tree is the one that they will encroach, and the smaller one is that's right in the middle of the ditch, is the one that they would like to remove. And this is the sidewalk plan sheet. And this one shows the 45-inch live oak. And then this one shows the 35-inch. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, that meets 5. And then again, you can approve approval conditions or deny the request. We do have some suggested conditions. Oops, was it one? Sorry. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 32-inch DBH grand live oak tree by either submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating that installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. 3, alternative construction methods such as bridging over the root systems should be considered as potential construction options for the grand trees requested for encroachment. And again, those are the 43-inch southern red oak, 35-inch live oak, and 45-inch live oak. If any of the grand trees requested for encroachment dies within 3 years of the installation of completion of the project, the applicant shall mitigate the trees or tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B, and the allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. 5, tree barricades constructed of a chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of ZELDAR. And 6, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. And that concludes my report.
Anybody have, excuse me, anybody have questions of staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Workin, do we know what the mitigation strategy is for this project?
I think, are they going to mitigate on the actual road or a combination? Do you know yet? I guess we don't know yet. We're not sure yet.
And who graded the trees? Would that be you? Okay. Thank you, Mr.
I mean, there is value in sort of losing some of these nice trees for a really needed sidewalk, but also having a beautiful planting along that sidewalk. So
Right.
for what it's worth.
Yes, agreed.
Mr. Jordan, you had a question?
For whoever stands up here, yeah.
Okay. All right. Would the applicant please come forward? Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
There are two applicants here. So one is the sidewalk project, and one is the project outside the right-of-way. So I'll speak to the project outside the right-of-way, which is to remove the large tree. Wes Linker, Charleston County Public Works Technical Programs Manager, 4045 Bridgeview. We've worked with the property owner. This is an ideal situation for us to get an easement that we can use mechanical means to maintain a drainage ditch in an urban setting. We don't get this opportunity much. And we were able to work with this property owner who had submitted for a subdivision. Yes, he submitted for a subdivision. And we're working with him. We're restricting to only have a gravel driveway for him so that our machines do not mess up a future property owner's concrete driveway or asphalt driveway. So it's just a gravel driveway so that we can use mechanical means to maintain this drainage system. I'll let Riska speak to be the other applicant. If you guys would please let her have a few minutes as well.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. So my name is Riska Dees, 445 Bridgeview Drive. I'm the project manager for the Woodland Shores Sidewalk Project. This project has been around since 2018. It's been a long time coming. We've been doing projects in the background in support of getting this sidewalk in. This came as a result of a citizen request in the neighborhood to back it up to increase traffic concerns and provide safe access to the local businesses and schools in the area. Unfortunately, there was a pedestrian incident that happened not too long ago, but since then the neighborhood kind of banded together for this project and kind of stressed the importance of trying to get this built as soon as possible. On top of that, we did receive federal funding from the Federal Highway Administration as part of the Complete Streets Initiative, which is a huge bonus with this. But as part of receiving that funding, we have certain deadlines we have to meet, as well an extra layer of review and coordination with DOT. Our goal is to advertise this project by the end of the year. DOT must review before we advertise this project for bid. Very early on with this project, again, this is just to encroach on 2 trees. We did look on both sides of the road, one being the west and one the east side. The sidewalks on the east side. West side is because of grand trees that line that area. Again, this is a CTC gas tax project, so we're not allowed to acquire right-of-way. So we did reach out to property owners very early on to see if they were willing to dedicate their right-of-way. On the west side, many were opposed, which is why we ultimately chose the east side. The big goal of this project was to limit tree impacts very early on. We did involve our county arborist to offer up suggestions to help try to limit our impacts as much as possible, and of course to prepare ourselves to go in front of y'all today. And we redesigned the project and made modifications based on those recommendations.
Very good. You did a great job with that, and I appreciate your service. Hold on one moment. I know the rest of this board does as well. Let's see if any board member has any question with you. I'm going to start with Mr. Jordan because he's got his hands raised up over here.
So since you asked the neighbors about a possible right-of-way, does that mean the sidewalk could have went around the tree?
It could have, but because it's a CTC project, we cannot acquire right-of-way. They would have to dedicate it to us.
Did you recommend or suggest that idea to them?
We did very early on, and like I said, many were opposed to that, and we needed to have sufficient amount of support in order to have it on that
So
side.
when you say many, that means some must have approved it.
Very little, from what I've heard. I did came to this project a little later on in the process, but from my understanding, there wasn't barely any support on
Because
that.
I have seen sidewalks go around trees.
Yes,
I just hate to see another tree gone.
I know.
I was telling somebody, if I was a old grand oak tree in this county, I think I'd pack my bag and head to the hills. Just an observation. I hate to see another one go.
Mr. Marchant?
I had a question similar to Mr. Jordan. I think you answered it, but just to be clear, so you have to get all or nothing when it comes to easement grants from neighbors. You can't just go around a tree on 2 pieces of property. You have to have a contiguous sidewalk. Is that the situation?
Yes, for continuity, to make sure everything's pretty uniform, and
Yeah.
especially for the user, you don't want any breaks in the sidewalk or weird path in one section and not the other. We kind of try to like the uniformity of it all.
Okay. My other question is related back to the mitigation question, which is it reasonable for the modification of number 2 by the county to suggest replacement of trees versus paying into the bank? Because I think it'd be nice for the neighborhood to have trees along that sidewalk to complement the trees on the other side of the street and create a really nice experience for generations. I mean, is that a reasonable request, or is that outside of our bounds, or?
That's something we can definitely look into. I mean, at least for the sidewalk portion, we're just encroaching, and even then we want to limit our impacts to make sure that trees stay, that if they're graded and they're healthy, we want to keep them that way.
But I'm assuming for your replacement, you can't plant a tree on someone else's property to
Right.
mitigate, right?
We like to do typically a like for a like, so we like to replace something normally if we did, if the construction of it was to affect that infrastructure, we trying to put in what was there.
Right. So your mitigation will I guess, currently could not be done on site. It would have to be done somewhere
Right.
else. Yeah, that's interesting. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's interesting. Thank you.
So you're going to replace an oak tree with an oak tree?
Yes, most likely.
Wish I could be here to see it one day.
All right, anyone else? Oh, I think that's all the questions for you.
Okay.
And if you would, sir, please come back and let's see if we have any questions regarding the drainage area. Does any board member have a question of the drainage area? Okay, thank you so very much, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Yes, please. Please state your name and address for the record for us, please.
Hi, my name is Katie Zimmerman. I'm Executive Director of Charleston Moves, 478 King Street, Suite F, 29403. I'm speaking in support of the sidewalk project. This, as Riska mentioned, this is a long time coming. It is a portion of a larger connectivity project to improve public safety for people walking and bicycling throughout James Island. So this sidewalk will, if approved, connect to safety improvements going in on Maybank as well as on Riverland. And then both of those connections extend even further beyond. Riverland improvements go all the way to both Central Park and Camp and a little bit further. So huge connectivity opportunity here. And the fact that the sidewalk will not require the removal of any trees, I think is a big win. Encroachment upon 2, yes, but I think the conditions laid out by the staff to address that are pretty great. And I say that coming from a previous background with a conservation organization in town. So again, just want to reiterate my support. Charleston Moves has been engaged with this entire safety improvement project for a very long time. It has come on the heels of several fatalities, several injuries, and I know several of the neighbors are really looking forward to seeing this project come through. So thank you.
All right, let's see if anyone have a question for you. Thank you, first of all. Anyone? Okay. Thank you for your testimony and your time tonight and the impact that you make on our community.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone else? Anyone to speak in opposition? Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Karen Havenstein. I live at 518 Woodland Shores Road on James Island. We're not necessarily opposed to the sidewalk, but we're very concerned about our grand tree. And I was even more concerned when they showed you the pictures of the trees tonight. And it was not our tree that's in front of our house. I don't want to lose my tree. That's all I have to say.
All right, Ms. Haberstein, let's pull up the map. Okay, I'm trying to get to it on my screen so I can see it. I can't see that. Which one is your house, Ms. Haberstein? I know you stated your address. Okay.
Yeah, it's the,
Can you see the numbers, Ms. Haberstein?
not really.
Can
The
we make
address
that?
is 518. It's the one on the bottom. 3 up from Riverland. No,
Okay, so
other
you
side
had-
of the street. Right there.
All right, so that's your place.
TMS ending in 049.
Okay. All right. So 049, and that's the sidewalk. Can we bring that tree up, please?
You're not looking at my tree in that photo.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm a little behind you. Hold on, let me bring it up. Okay. On mine. That's the right one, Mr. Joshua Dowling? Who's doing that? Yeah. Okay. So that's not an adequate, that's your house there at front?
You can
Is that
barely
the corner
see
of your house?
on the porch there, the column.
That's your,
But that is not a square-on picture of my house, and it does not show the tree.
is that your house in the picture? Your column of your house?
Yes.
Okay. And the tree that's in reference is right there in front of that telephone pole?
That is not the tree. That's the
That's the
neighbor's
neighbor's
yard.
yard, okay. All right. Well, I don't, do we have a better picture of the tree, staff? What's your address again?
518.
Okay.
This is their house.
Mhm.
This is the
That-
tree
that's the
she's
tree.
talking about. This is the tree.
Our tree is big and beautiful.
Well, I wish we could. So
We can ask one question that might help.
Go ahead.
Clarify this. Hopefully, they're going to pull up the Google Maps street view of it so you can see. But for this project, is any portion of your black fence coming out for installation of the sidewalk?
We were told that it would not be necessary, but I don't, they said to take good pictures
All right,
before they
so-
start the work.
So, thank you, staff. We see a full picture of your home now.
Okay, that's still not the tree. You've
Or
gotta
is that
go-
your house?
Yes.
All
So,
right.
so the tree you're talking about is surrounded by azaleas behind the black fence?
It's not surrounded by azaleas. It's just not a real clear picture at all. But it's next to the azaleas.
Okay.
Right here on the right, that's your tree.
The one that you can't see very well. Oh, good, okay.
So it's our understanding, though, that the request is not for the tree in your yard, it's for the next tree. Is that incorrect?
Well, I'm the one who's been getting all the notices at 518.
Right,
Okay.
because you're along the project corridor, so you're going to
No,
get...
because I have a tree. I've signed the paperwork, or Mark did.
Mr. Chairman, could you allow her to come
Yes,
see this
please come
picture?
forward and put your hand on the tree
Yeah.
so we can.
That would make it, come right through the opening right here.
One more. We won't bite you, I promise you. We have monitors right here. Yeah. All right, so we're talking about the same tree. Okay, so that's the tree in your yard that you're concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can you look back there and see that tree now on there?
Where the hand is.
There you go. All right, you see it moving there. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, will we be able to? I'm
gonna bring him back up.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any more, all right. Mr. Foster, is that the tree that we're identifying the right tree?
Yeah, so there's a 35, this is the tree that we're talking about is the 35 inch. And that was not requested, That was not in this request because it was less than 25% encroachment. So that's the tree in her yard. The 45-inch is part of this, which you see the pictures of next to this car. That's the tree
That we're talking about.
that we're talking about, that you have pictures of.
Correct.
That, yeah. So that one exceeded the 25% encroachment, and that's the one in front of you tonight.
Do you understand what has been said now? So
Okay,
that tree
so-
that you pointed out will not be interfered with or harmed during the installation of the sidewalk.
Okay.
Or is that other tree you see where the little hand is?
Mhm.
That's the tree that we're referring to.
Okay.
Okay?
And Mr. Chairman, could we, at some point, explain the safety protections that are being installed for any of these trees? Especially if it incorporates her yard or anything like that, I'm sure we'll get some type of testimony or something.
That's probably something staff would need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
I have a question for her.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, thank you. Okay, so we have one of the board members that has a question for you, please. Mr. Jordan?
Okay, you heard a few minutes ago when I asked a staff member, was there any neighbors opposed to this? And she said, I think not many. So I'm asking, I'd like to ask you, and I'm not looking for no names, but are you aware of some people in your neighborhood that's also opposed to this?
Yes, more for a drainage issue.
What about for the tree, the sidewalk thing?
Well, the sidewalk is going to create a drainage issue, but I'm concerned for the trees and the drainage.
So you are aware of some other people besides yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you. If it's a beautiful sidewalk put there, do you feel that you may use the sidewalk?
Oh, I imagine I would use it,
Okay.
but it's going to come with its own set of issues.
Okay. Anyone else have a question for her? Thank you so very much for your testimony and coming forward here too. I appreciate that.
I'm waiting so long.
Yes. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay. Very good. So you had the right to rebuttal for the tree. You want to present something on behalf of the county? Maybe you can address some of the questions that she had regarding.
So some of the mitigation, the ways that we're limiting our impacts to the tree and the root system itself, we have narrowed down the sidewalk. Originally, the plan was to have an 8-foot sidewalk throughout the whole path, but because there's utility poles in the way and because there are restraints with these trees as well, we've narrowed down the sidewalk in order to push the sidewalk away from the root system closer to the road, while still creating that barrier between the road and the sidewalk itself. We also wanted to point out that there is an existing drainage ditch that's currently there. More or less what we're trying to do is enclose it. We're going to put a pipe at the bottom of the ditch, enclose, and put the sidewalk on top. We're going to build a small depression behind that that's supposed to help convey the water into the new drainage system. So that is some of the reasons that we did. For one of the properties, we also did remove a swale per the county arborist recommendation, again, to limit our impacts to the root system. So those are just a couple things we've done to do that.
So let me ask this, what about fencing that's going to be impacted? How is that going to be addressed?
So we did identify those areas, and we did put it in our contract to replace those should they get damaged during construction. Our goal is, again, not to disrupt anything, but should we need to, we'll put back what's there.
And definitely work along with the homeowners?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially with a residential neighborhood as this.
The staff, board members have any questions? Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
I'm just wondering, is there any tree protection that is needed for the homeowner that has the tree inside the fence structure that she owns? Is there any additional tree protection that's needed for the one on the sidewalk to make sure we don't tear up the tree inside the yard? Is there anything that staff recommends be done for that?
speaking as to the tree within the fence?
Correct.
Or
Yes, I mean, it sounds like you're going to, the tree by the street is going away, correct?
no, it's being encroached into.
It's just going to be the encroached intimate. So
Yeah.
is there if it's not going away and you're just digging up the roots or pieces of it within the zone, you don't need to protect the tree that's further into the lot. That's what you're telling me.
No, you wouldn't have to. No, they are other than maybe barricades and to keep people from.
And those will be put in place. That's just standard practice.
Yes, sir.
All right. If there's any way we can help the homeowner that's being affected by this project, it seems like there'd be some good communication, so they're not thinking that something bad is going to happen in their yard.
Usually
with a fence.
before any sort of construction project, especially with residential communities, we do give a notice prior to starting work.
Okay, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. So this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any more additional questions of staff? Any discussion among ourselves? Very good. Can I please have a motion to approve or deny case BZA 0823-00705?
Go ahead, Mark.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In case BZA-0823000705, I move to approve, as I believe it meets all 7 criteria. Criteria 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property. There are lots of properties along this sidewalk project, and that certainly makes it extraordinary and exceptional. But I think the county has done a lot of good work to make sure that both the sidewalks on the right side of the road with the least amount of impact on trees and other things, and the drainage project has certainly been done in good with good design and a great opportunity, as the applicant said. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. They don't. We're not putting sidewalks in other places or drainage easements in other places. Because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of this property. It would not. It meets this criterion. Criteria number 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. The character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. In fact, this project is for the public good and will greatly enhance the character of the district and the safety of the citizens. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals should not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically of nonconforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. It is not. We are not doing that. And criteria number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. In addition to the 7 criteria, meeting the 7 criteria, I move that we accept the 6 recommendations by staff as read. This ends my motion.
All right.
Second.
Mr. Neal with a second. Any discussion? We'll move into the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? With one, Mr. Jordan opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Staff,
Your information.
the application has been approved, and you'll get information from the staff down the hall. Downstairs. Thank you. All right. Last one for tonight. BZA 0823-00706.
Yes. The applicant is John E. Roden, Jr. of Sea Island Habitat for Humanity, and the property owner, Neil J. Rabin of 1300 Rutledge Avenue, LLC, represented by Barry Whalen of HLA, are requesting a variance to remove a 25-inch DBH grand live oak tree for extension of a drainage ditch within the existing drainage easement at 3845 Viola Court, which is TMS number 250000124 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The property is currently going through the site plan review process. The applicant's letter of intent explains this project. In quotes, the project proposed an extension of an existing drainage ditch. Actually, I'll put the map back on, sorry. South within an existing public drainage easement through parcels 250, 086, 124, 168, and 169 to allow for the ditch to be extended. A grand tree within the easement on parcel 250124 needs to be removed. The proposed ditch extension is for support of drainage from adjacent properties. And this is the ordinance requirements, and then the, as you can see, it's at the end of a cul-de-sac at Viola Court. The sign was posted on September 12th, and this is the tree to be removed, 25-inch DBH live oak tree. And this is the pictures of the drainage easement and the court. So this shows the grand tree to be removed on the site plan, and then this is the plat. Regarding approval criteria, I do not have notes, so let's see. It may meet 1, 2, 3, and 4. It meets 5, and it may meet 6 and 7. The board can approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact, the 7 criteria. We do have a couple of suggested conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 25-inch DBH grand live oak tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 and 1.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926. Or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. That's all I got.
Good job, Ms. Working. Any questions? Thank you. Is the applicant present? Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Nick Allport. Address is 7359 Commodore Road, Hollywood, South Carolina. Zip code 29449.
Thank you, sir.
As Jenny said, we're seeking to remove one 25-inch live oak to establish a drainage ditch within an existing drainage easement. This drainage easement will ultimately serve a future Habitat for Humanity project, as we are in the process of preparing that site plan review submittal as we speak. We wanted to secure this drainage ditch and easement to ultimately outfall the project before we took that project any farther. I met the arborist on site to determine if this tree was in good enough health to save or to remove. It's a very nice tree, but ultimately it is leaning in a way that when we go to dig the ditch, if we were to try and keep it, we would cut all of the supporting roots and the tree would ultimately fall and die. So he recommended a BZA variance for that. We did look at trying to bend the ditch around that within the existing easement. There's not enough room to get it far enough away from those supporting roots.
That answered my question.
It does extend through the 2 properties and up onto Habitat for Humanity's property. We don't have a mitigation plan for this in place as of yet. As I said, we were preparing a site plan review submittal, and the mitigation for this would ultimately go within that submittal on the Sea Island Habitat for Humanity's property and not in any of the existing Viola Court properties that would be impacted. Any questions?
Does anyone have it? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pardon my ignorance, but I guess the drainage easement was already in place, right, near the tree?
Correct.
And so at some point, this easement was put in place and the tree was probably already there, right? So somebody made that decision. I don't know who, probably not you, certainly probably not us.
Yep.
So, I mean, my sort of question from a place of ignorance, when this happens, there's really no choice, right? I mean, we've got an easement, it's in place legally, the tree's there, whether we like it or not. I mean, there's no, other than going around it, which you can't, there's no other option. Is that fair? So
That's fair, yeah. We tried to get this removed at a staff level, but based on the grade of the tree and how nice it is, we were, asked to follow procedure and come here.
In your experience, does this happen often where you have trees and easements because the easements were placed a long time ago? And
This is the first time I've ever seen it.
interesting. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Anyone else to speak in favor, sir? You speaking in opposition? Case closed. Okay. All right, board, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? Someone please give us a motion so we can go home.
I put my stuff up already. Somebody knock it out.
All right, then we're gonna let this young man over here do it.
Thank you.
In the case of BZA 0823000706, I move that we approve this variance. I believe it meets all 7 criteria. There are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. We heard that it was an easement in place and the tree is in the easement. Conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Again, this is an easement, so it's not, other property is not affected. Because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would not effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The authorization of this variance will not substantially be a detriment to adjacent property. In fact, it's for the public good. We've heard testimony that, in fact, the extension of this drainage ditch is necessary for the expansion of this Habitat for Humanity area. BZA shall not grant a variance to effect which would establish a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district, which we're not doing that in this case. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. This tree exists in an existing easement. And the granting of this variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. So, again, meets all the variances, and I recommend that this be approved there are conditions set forth by staff.
2 conditions.
2 conditions, yes.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion that has been properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so very much. Application is approved within 10 business days. Staff will send you a notice letting you know the next steps in the process. Ms. Working, would you like to tell us what we have coming forward in this next month of November?
So I guess we have 10, but it's really like 8 because it's one property that needs 3 variances. It's a property in Avondale that they're doing the Fifth Third Bank, so it's got like 3 or 4 frontages.
They're doing what?
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah. So I could do it as 1 variance, even though it's 3. So depending on how you look at it, we have 8 to 10.
Okay.
I'm fine starting at 5. I'm starting at 4. So it's just really up to y'all. It is nice getting out 8, but we're fine no matter what.
Are they Airbnb stuff or are they?
Do I have that? Yeah, 2.
What do you guys say? What do you think? You guys want to start at 4 or?
Or breakfast meeting.
Yeah, they don't allow us to do that with
get out
public
by
hearings.
lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't allow us to do that with public hearings. They have to be in the evening.
I like the 4 o'clock start because you get through early. It's going to be long.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the pleasure? Hers group, so let's shoot for 4 o'clock then, okay?
Okay, you're okay with that? Okay, good. Yeah.
Ms. Marking, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Mark, I will not be in attendance.
Okay.
I'll be out of town on
Okay.
business. so-
Regardless, it doesn't matter about the time for you. Okay, gotcha. But everyone else that's here, that's coming next month, that's okay? Okay. And it sounds like a lot of people are working on their hours, so just remember to email me when you're done. So, I don't have anything.
All right. Well, thank you guys
I'm
for all
very
your help.
tired, I'm so sorry.
Yep. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we have,
Thank you all.